Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Welcome. Oh, all right. Why not one more? Welcome. Hi, my name is Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's here, too.
Creepy hugs.
Mary Santora is here.
Hey, what up? Do I sound low? I can turn it up.
You're okay. I can run you from here. I run you a little hotter on my board than...
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm here.
Hi. Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Good afternoon, white people. Hello.
Of course, run him a lot lower than I normally would because it just cuts through. Cuts. But that's what you want, right? That's what you want in a broadcaster. You want something that will cut through. And Poundcake does that. Of course, we've got a brand new Poundcake sports break for you later on in the show today. I was out sick last Wednesday, so he's had to... I don't know. Do you develop rust over the course of 2 weeks when you don't do a sports break?
Not rust, but honestly, it makes my job harder because there's so much sports news. I will admit that some weeks is kind of dry. There's not a lot of there's sports news, but it's not interesting sports news.
Well, that's why I send you things.
I know.
Like, hey, if you want to use this would be right up your alley.
I appreciate it because there's some things there's some things I miss. Customers send me things. You send me things. And I like that people are now, I feel like they developed. They know my taste.
They're contributing to the sports break.
Yes.
Sure. Well, we're all sent things, and then obviously we, as the ultimate gatekeepers, have to decide if it's something we want to, integrate into the program. But anyway, that will be a little bit later on. Of course, Friday we'll be doing our Polar Blast punishments, which Poundcake and Mary and I, that's that one chip challenge. We'll be doing that. I'll take the first hour of the show. That'll be from 2 to 3. And then Mary will eat hers between 3 and 4. And Poundcake will do his from 4 to 5. And then Dr. Ryan Berglund will come in and join us for the next installment of Is It Red? And if you're new to this program, Dr. Berglund has joined us a couple of times a year for about the better part of the past decade. He's over there at the Cleveland Clinic, and he's a surgical urologist, and he's tops in his field, and he's always happy to give of his talents for guys that have strange things going on down there. And there's a variety of reasons. We've all talked about this before. It's common knowledge, they say, that guys are a lot less likely to seek medical help. Maybe it's a combination of thinking that they should toughen things out or that they're embarrassed. Dr. Berglund does traffic in an area of medicine that can be embarrassing for a lot of people. And so we're always happy when he's in here, and so that'll be on Friday. I did have a question about the one-chip challenge because as I was reading over the, they give you little directions or whatever. But you notice what I didn't see in all of this? And I don't know the protocol because I've never done one of these, and I'm wondering if it's a loophole or if it's just something that people ignore outright. There's nothing that says you have to swallow it.
So are you saying you're
you're
just
gonna
mush it
hold
around
and
and spit it out?
Well, I'm asking.
I think.
How is that going to help?
I'm not saying it will help.
Well, I think
the challenge is to eat the chip.
Isn't the powder
It's
on
not
the chip?
It's not to chew it and spit it out.
What constitutes eating?
Swallowing.
Does it?
Yes.
Yes. Because
I'm just asking. I'm just asking. Nobody ever said anything like, well,
But
The difference between eating and chewing is swallowing.
Okay. It's all part. I'm just asking the question, right? Pound cake. I'm asking the question. If ingestion was a fundamental part of that equation.
Ingestion, yes.
I assumed that it was. I wasn't suggesting anything different.
Otherwise, it would be the chew this chip challenge, and that's not.
Well, are there people doing that?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Is it going to tear the inner lining of my stomach?
Well, but the conversations eventually, it's not, obviously it's going to destroy your mouth, but then when you swallow and the subsequent evacuation thereof, it's just going to be the pain train for quite some time.
I don't understand, though. I don't understand why, because Mary made a good point yesterday. They give you gloves because you're not supposed to touch it, and yet you could put that in your mouth, and it can touch the inner linings of your throat
no.
and stomach.
It's not that it's going to burn your skin. It's that they don't want you then rubbing your eyes or going to the bathroom, and that's what that's for.
Yeah.
You could just as easily do it with the tweezers if you don't want to put on the gloves. But the reason they give you that, it's like, if you're cooking and cutting onions or cutting peppers or anything like that, they're like, hey, whatever you do, don't rub your eyes because you'll hate your life, for the next 12 hours or whatever. That's what those, I think we all have. Mm-hmm. That's what those gloves are for. Not that it's going to, skin is very tough. Obviously, it's not going to burn your skin. But they're like, you absolutely don't want to get, a capsaicin dust or a Carolina Reaper dust in your fingers and then forget and rub anything. So
I had
Go ahead.
I'm saying I had a date and I moved it. I was like, I think I'm going to be, out of commission.
You had a date for Friday?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And it might end in,
You don't want to mess with that.
Yeah, I was like, well, you could try, but you're not going to get lucky. And if you do, it won't be very lucky for you.
Okay.
Either the front or the back, either way.
Neither one of us will be lucky in that situation. Yeah, well, I think that's probably pretty smart. And were they understanding of it?
Yeah.
Did you explain what was happening?
He said he ate a ghost pepper before, and he said he hated his life, so he said he understood.
Yeah, and I think ghost peppers are lower on the scale than these. So, anyway, I'm simply asking that question because I'm like, somebody has to have come to that conclusion that they chewed it up and didn't want to swallow it. Again, I don't know that would change anything either. I just thought that people are very specific about those kinds of food challenges. There are people out there who don't vote, but boy, are they specific about eating challenges. So I'd like to get that information out there so that we're all on the same page.
I think we all were except you.
I'm asking the questions no one else will ask, Mary. I'm saying what everybody's thinking. I'm out here saying what nobody else will say. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to be part of your woke chip challenge.
I mean, it does change things. It turns out I've chewed girls out.
Oh, my God. You're chewing? You're chewing?
Nice.
No, but because you said swallowing is part of eating, so.
Mm-hmm.
You better be laughing.
And don't come back! I got to take a break now that we've got that all cleared up. And Mary is properly and fully disgusted. 35192 if you want to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com for all the other stuff.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio. Men and women in uniform.
I've been a lifelong fan, 20 years in the military, come back, and to find your afternoon show is f***ing horrible.
Thanks from the Alan Cox Show.
Horrible.
On 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007. You want to join us live? Or 800-348-1007. AlanCoxShow.com, where you can watch live. Who's helping out today? Ronovan Slink. Hey, thanks so much, sir or madam. Ronovan Slink there in the video department. How about those Cavaliers?
Wow, that was such a fun game.
Wow.
Down 22 points. They come back and get the win thanks to D-Wade.
A win nobody expected them to get. This game had it all. Come from behind. Evan Mobley ankle injury. Breaking the Celtics' 11-game win streak. D-Wade. Are they going to call him D-Wade?
No.
He's not going to be Cleveland's own D-Wade. Dean Wade. This is a guy who... he wasn't scoring much until last night. He scored 14 points total in his last 8 games. But he came out...
That's not that many.
Huh?
That's not that many. I know about basketball.
Mary, leave the sports break to Poundcake, all right?
Okay, sorry.
That is not many, no. But he was the man of the hour last night, boy.
It feels good. It just feels good that my teammates had the trust in me to take those shots. And, in the first half, I missed a whole bunch of shots. But, at halftime, they're like, you shoot it every single time, no matter what. You shoot it 100 times in a row. We don't care if you miss.
What does this kind of win do for this team moving forward?
It's a world of difference, this win. The best team in the NBA. On our home court, we protected it. We were down there for a little bit of the game. And, just to fight and overcome that and play together and just, come out and battle was big for us. And
he's kind of a goofy-looking dude. Is that a guy, Poundcake, that could potentially make it move for you? Or could he be a worthy successor to Kevin Love?
I'm still on delay, so I don't see him yet.
Oh, you haven't seen Dean Wade?
Oh, yeah. No, I do know who he is. I saw him make that shot last night. Yeah, he's cute.
He scored 20 points by himself in the fourth quarter.
That's how people score points.
I'm sorry?
You score your points by yourself.
Yeah, Dean Wade's cute.
Fair enough. 20 points in the fourth quarter, yeah.
Usually the beard thing's not for me.
Usually, well, especially if it's...
Kevin Love had a beard.
Yeah, but some of these guys...
It's not a scraggly beard.
Yeah, some
like
of these
that.
guys have the gorilla mask going. They got like a giant pube beard on their face.
Yeah,
and...
there are some dudes where it's a part of their whole image. It works for them. But other guys, it does not, and I can tell they're trying to go, they're trying something new. They're going through a phase.
He's had a beard for years.
I'm not saying that's why I said it works for him.
Okay.
But there's other people, like if your beard gets to the point where there's food getting stuck in it when you eat, I can't.
Like you look like you've been living in a cabin in the woods for
can't.
30 years?
It needs to be perfect. If you're going to have it that long, it needs to be groomed, it needs to be coiffed. You need to have
There's
it smell
not that
good.
many people that are I'm sure there are people that are, but yes, food will occasionally touch my beard, but then I wipe it off immediately.
Also, those are two right, but those are two specific kinds of beards, right? People who want to just grow it out, people who want to do the mountain man thing, they're not gonna groom it. They're gonna get lentil soup in their beard. They're gonna get all.
No,
I disagree with that. I think there's a lot of people that have really long beards that keep their beard in really good condition.
How?
The same way you do with the rest of your body. You wash it, you clean it, you comb it.
Yeah. I'm just saying it's not like Poundcake's talking about like a nice tight beard.
Right.
If you're going to grow it out, you're not going to.
And it'd still be very nice.
I guess. I mean, bigger the beard, the more you're going to get food in it, right? If you got some boys to men razor cut thing, some dudes are still trying to rock that chin strap. That is the dopiest look. It always was. It never looked good. Some guys are still doing it. You don't have to worry about that. But listen, GQ will eventually get a. Did you get any in your beard that time?
No.
Okay. Dean Wade, GQ will get a hold of him, and then they'll glam him all up, and he'll start walking through the they'll film him walking into the locker room in a big fur coat or something. I mean, the guy had a great game. He wasn't doing much before this, but a great game on a night when, the Kelsey brothers were there. They're shotgunning beers on the Jumbotron. Everything was locked in last night to beat by 1 point. 105-104 was the final there.
And they called a foul on the last play, and then it was overturned. Cavs win.
Cavs win.
I was doing the show at Brothers Lounge on Tuesday that I do, and it ended just as that Dean Wade dunk happened. So we end the show like, good night, turn the TV on. Dean Wade puts that miss back, dunks it, and everybody was going crazy. It was so fun.
Perfect coda to the night.
Yep.
A lot of people have asked me if I have any kind of tribute or compilation made up of all the calls I got from Jenna, and I don't, because I would use them individually. I didn't keep them. They were very much of the moment. They were completely non sequiturs most of the time. Of course, Jenna from Poland played a lot of her messages over the past few years. She passed away last week. You can leave a condolence at the Feral Cats Facebook page if you like. But no, I don't have anything like that. A handful of, and every time this happens, the reaction from the audience is the same. And they might be kind of feeding off my energy, too, in that I always worry about listeners we haven't heard from in a while. I was worried about Darnell because we hadn't heard from him in a while. Then he emailed me about Jenna because they were friends, traveled in a lot of the same circles, and so he's okay. But a handful of people have pointed out, and this falls into the be careful what you ask for because you just might get it category, that we haven't heard from Dick from Dayton in a while. And we're never going to know if something happens there. The only thing that I can...
Oh, we'll know. I think because he calls so many shows, if something were to happen to him, it'll be in the paper.
The paper? I was going to say, I don't talk to other radio shows. Like, how am I going to find out?
But, I imagine...
The paper?
It'll be in the paper. It'll be news, and someone will stumble onto it and let us know. I have faith.
Well, that's what it's going to have to be if something happens. I imagine it'll be more like there'll be a stillness in the wind. There'll be a silence of the mandolins, and you won't hear them being played anymore. You won't hear his. I imagine that Mary might feel it first.
Yeah, it's like when your knees get hurt when it's gonna rain.
Yeah,
my ears will start humming.
Right,
the sound of an out-of-tune mandolin from the weather.
A beautiful thing.
Warped from the humidity or whatever. The barometric pressure really plays havoc with Dick's instrument.
You know, the weather. Let me see it. Let's see that beautiful thing. Wow.
Now, this will be a fitting tribute when he goes, right? Mary will give a eulogy.
Mm-hmm.
Bill, you guys have met him. I never met him.
The weather, they get out of tune.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pretty good now. Let me tell you the story about a man named Charlie.
Need some accompaniment, really. You were so nice to him. I know. Lying-ass bitch.
I stopped myself.
That was very, very nice.
He lives alone.
No, his girlfriend.
He says he has a girlfriend.
Well, I don't have any reason to doubt him. I mean, why would an old guy lie about that?
I didn't meet her.
I think she's infirmed. I think that's what it is. I think he feels like he's stuck with her. Again, this is all speculation. So I don't know. I don't think that can. I kind of initially brushed it off when a couple people were like, "Yeah, we haven't heard from Dick." But the more I think about it, that can't be good news. Now, will the Lowe's locations go to half staff when he passes away? Do you think that there'll be any kind of recognition of his quarter century of service?
I'm sure they will.
I will personally, you heard it here first, I will personally put calls out to all the local Lowe's locations and ask them. I know he worked at the one in Beaver Creek. I know that's out Dayton way. But I will personally call the local Lowe's locations and ask them if they'll do that. Of course, locally, I'll have to explain to them who he is. Alan, I'm getting a little nervous because I find more and more that Poundcake and I have the same taste in men.
Why does that make you nervous?
Well, maybe this isn't a person who wants to have a whole lot in common with you. Maybe they think of you as juvenile, capricious. I don't know.
That should show you that most people, as different as they are, they can always find something where they have common ground.
Yeah, there's always a thread that can connect two very disparate people, right?
I feel like I have very good taste in men.
I know you do, sweetie. The point is, now, what would constitute bad taste in men? You say, I think I have good taste in men.
He thinks he has a very good
taste.
Okay.
Good looking, arrogant.
Yeah, but everybody wants somebody who's good looking. That doesn't mean you have good taste.
And arrogant.
Arrogant what?
They're arrogant. Like they're very cocky. I love that.
Cocky and arrogant are two different things.
They're not the same thing? I thought they were the same
cocky gets a bad rap. Cocky is kind of maybe a little bit too confident. Arrogant is somebody who like treats people like crap.
Okay,
that's how I think.
You
of it.
like that. You like someone that treats someone poorly.
Yeah, that's hot.
Why is that hot?
Why is that hot?
I think you think arrogance or cockiness is hot.
I said both of them were hot.
Confidence is always attractive, men and women. But treating other people poorly, why is that hot?
I don't know. I'm sure I probably have issues, but that's what I find hot.
I know, because you have like a weird power thing,
Yes.
too. You really like to exert power, but because you don't have any, you kind of live vicariously through other people who do.
Sure.
And that's a weird thing.
It is real. Yeah, go to therapy, dude.
No, don't go to therapy. I want to keep hearing these kinds of stories.
I got something wrong with me, don't you, man? Because I got Stockholm Syndrome, okay? Leave me alone.
Do you know what Stockholm Syndrome is?
You don't have a captor, dum-dum.
Stockholm Syndrome.
You can't get anybody to lock you up.
You're not even booed up. What are you talking about?
Someone capturing me is hot, and then so the guy that I would want to capture me don't capture me, so therefore I lust after that person. It's an issue.
Do you know what the hell he's saying, Bill?
All he's saying
Boy, I can make hide nor hair of it.
I think what he's saying is he's too thirsty to get the kind of guy that he wants.
Yeah, sure. Let's go with that. That's shorthand.
Well, okay. Well, listen, Travis Kelce's headed to Singapore. Singapore. Don't think I didn't mean to say Singapore.
There's a little dick from Dayton in all of us. Travis Kelce's in Singapore.
Yeah. Hey, Travis Chalmers is going to Singapore. He's going to hook up with his boo. He and his manager. Ooh, that's romantic. Going to Singapore because that's where Taylor Swift is, of course. Now, what's the over-under on these two breaking up in the off-season?
I feel like they're going to get married. They're going to be engaged before the end of the year.
Really?
Really.
And you think they'll get married?
Yeah.
Engagement, I'll give you. You think they'll get married?
I do. They'll probably get married next summer. They're going to be engaged before the end of the year.
I think she's going to get canceled. He's going to break up with her, and then that...
She's going to get canceled.
And then she's going to be that Singapore.
Yeah. Well, again, he's going to see her. She's playing in Singapore. And then after this weekend, she's off until May. She'll start her European tour in May. So they'll have a substantial amount of time together, which I don't know that they've had, right? I mean, when you're both going at 100 miles an hour, and this is true of civilians too, when you're busy and things are going well and you're going 100 miles an hour, it's like the movie Speed, right? How did Sandy Bullock and Keanu hook up? Exigent circumstances. It was very stressful. The endorphins are running high, but then you get some downtime, and even people at the stars in the firmament, like Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift, might find themselves looking at each other and going,
Well, that's what happened to everybody during the pandemic. Everyone was working opposite shifts, or you're not around your spouse for 40 hours a week, and then you break up because you're like, man, this kind of sucks. I don't even like you that much.
Did happen to a lot of people, which I thought was weird. Like, theoretically, I understand it, when you're not in someone's face and then you are, and there were a lot of people working at home, and then for some people you, threw kids into the mix, and it was just a recipe for disaster. But I'm always surprised, and I have had couple friends like this. I'm always surprised at how many people I know who are married and genuinely don't seem to like each other, and I don't get it. Like, they're always bagging on each other. And it goes beyond this is just how we play. It's never that.
Yeah,
it's
there's
never lighthearted.
There's true animosity.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why are you together? How did you? I understand people can change over time, so it's not a matter of how did you get together in the first place. But the people who genuinely don't seem to like each other is crazy to me.
I have a friend like that, him and his wife. I'm like, you guys, they're Christians. I was like, if you were not Christians, you would be divorced. And both of them
Well, what
were
does Christian have to do
well,
with
they don't
it?
believe in divorce.
Yeah.
So they
They just believe in hating each other until they die?
100%. If
Yes.
we did not think that there were eternal consequences for getting divorced, we would be divorced by now.
That's so stupid.
They think God cares if they get divorced.
That's what their book says.
Because their
So they're
vows
not
say
divorced
for better,
because of that.
till death do we part.
Mhm.
So, but in their mind, I would think, okay, if that's what you believe, that's fine, that's your belief. But are you taking any steps to try to
fix
that
situation,
situation?
But can you fix a situation with someone you don't like?
Yes.
Or do you even want to?
You
You're
start-
like, I don't like you.
But you start out not knowing somebody at all, and then you find things you like about them. And I know people can change and lives change or whatever, but there's got to be, because it's chemical. I know people don't like to say it, but when you first kind of connect with somebody, that's chemical. And it's like there's got to be something in there still, unless they've changed so much. They have kids?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sucks too.
They're young, too. They have 3 kids under 8.
And
I think.
people can't seem to figure out if they think kids are stupid or if kids are geniuses. But let's say they're geniuses or they're not, somewhere in the middle. Those kids are going to grow up with 2 people that they can tell
That's
don't
what
like
I
each
said.
other.
I was like, dude, it's not a bad thing. I was saying, I wish in retrospect, my parents' divorce was the worst thing that ever happened to me when I was 11 years old, right? And I hated it through middle school and high school. But now as an adult, I'm like, man, they should have divorced years prior. Like, I might have had a chance at a little bit of a better life if they weren't constantly fighting through, early formative years. you
Yeah.
know?
And so them splitting up, I mean, given that interaction between them around you guys, them splitting up was there was no upside to that for you.
Well, no, because we were also still super religious at that point. So at 11 years old, I was worried about the afterlife of my parents and very concerned with my dad going to hell because he, was with another woman and adultery and all these things. And then also just not having 2 parents, my dad not living there anymore. And for a while, I wasn't allowed to see him. There was a lot of animosity in their breakup. And we were very much used as pawns and in and out of court and all kind. It was very, very messy. And I'm like, if you guys just would have figured this out 10 years earlier, instead of going through all this, would it have been easier?
But some of you might not have existed.
No.
You were all born by then? I mean,
guess my little sister wouldn't have.
Yeah.
Because she was 7 when they split.
Well, there you go. Listen,
But
my
that's
kids.
I mean, that's 30 years later. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's
my kids were
hindsight's 20/20.
little when my ex-wife and I split. But that's why I was so laser focused on being around all the time.
Well, that's like Brian, too. His daughter was I think she was less than 1. So she's never known anything.
My daughter was
her
6
parents.
months old when her mom and I split.
So that's
yeah.
all they know is my dad lives in one place and mom lives in another. you know?
Yep. But
Which
I was
I feel like
traveling.
would be easier.
I was like interstate travel for 20 years, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm like, I don't want. That's why it always pissed me off. I knew guys who split up with their wives or they had kids, and they're like, "Oh, I don't see my kids." I'm like, they live half an hour from you. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I would love for my kids to be like a drive away, right? That didn't take half a day.
I also wonder how much of it isn't religious, but it's just stubbornness, where you're like, I married this person.
I don't want everybody to be right. That I shouldn't have done it.
Or that, or it's
Well, that is part and
know?
parcel of religion is stubbornness.
But I'm saying in even for couples who aren't religious, if
Yeah.
they're just don't want to face it or don't want to have to deal with a divorce where they're, cheaper to keep her.
I
kind of a
guess. I
thing.
mean, obviously there is the monetary thing, but it's not the 50s anymore. I could see that. I know there's an ego thing involved, but, if it were the 50s, I get it, but it ain't. And when, the divorce rate, people used to throw out the whole 50% thing. That has gone down. But that's just because fewer people are getting married.
Right.
So, I don't know. But it is pretty wild. But, okay, so anyway,
fewer people are getting married, and when you look at people that have gotten divorced, they get married again, and then they're more likely to get divorced again, too.
Is that true?
I think it is. I think
I would
second
never get married a third time. Never, ever, ever
You
get
said
married
that
a third.
about the second time. and
Well, you
said
got to
that
give
about
you got to
kids,
give
and
me
you
a
said-
you got to give me a mulligan. I mean, a lot of people get married twice,
You
right?
know he's going to meet Gwen.
Well, that's true, right? Anybody who's ever been divorced goes, I'm never doing this again. But then you might go for the second time, which I did. I would never go for a third time.
I'm holding
because that means it's me, right? I mean, I know it's partially me in general. I'm not easy. I get it. But why go a third time? That's like these people that get married. Like they just like, I don't know what they like.
They like the party.
But have the party. Like,
Just throw a party.
Yeah, I don't get it, man.
It's crazy how many people
give away all your crap every 5 years.
Like
I don't see the appeal of that.
That's the most important thing. Not even the marriage, but just having the big wedding, just to say that you did, is mind-boggling to me.
Brian and I have talked about that. We're not really sure if we're ever going to get married legally, but I was like, dude, let's just, instead of spending, $40,000 on a wedding, let's take $5,000 and throw a kick-ass party. If we can't throw a fun party for $5,000, I mean, there's bigger issues there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, just have the party.
Yeah. Hey, we love each other and we want you guys to come over.
Right.
That's the reason. Bring gift cards if you want. There's booze,
Alan, divorce is too expensive for a man. It's cheaper to stay together. Listen,
Yeah,
man. Listen, in only one way, and that's monetarily, right? Which I know is what you're talking about. But in every other way, it's more expensive. Why would you want to go? Yeah, it's really expensive, right? I paid a ton of money in alimony and child support. A ton. But everybody goes on to, continue their lives. And, so it's cheaper in precisely one way, but every other way it's more expensive for you mentally. It's more expensive it ain't worth it. So Mary's on the board. Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift will get married.
I think they'll be engaged by the end of this year, married by the end of next year.
Do you think he'll pop the question in Singapore?
I don't think they're going to do it at a concert or a football game.
Oh.
I feel
I
like
think it's
that's
be very
something-
private. Yeah.
They're going to do, if she's off but until May, that might happen in the next 2 months. They're hanging out, they're on vacation because he's off too. I don't know what their practice schedule is like or how early that kind of stuff starts, but if they go, they go to Italy for a month or something, I feel like that's more what'll happen. And then a big announcement, and then
You think they invite all of the exes?
No. To the engagement in Italy?
No, the wedding. The bride side. There's Gyllenhaal. There's John Mayer. There's, what's his name? Louis.
CK?
Louis C.K.'s there. He's got his pants down around his ankles. As custom dictates. I'm going to break here. I want to get to that Stained show. I'll have those tickets for you a little bit later on. Cavs Heat are going to be in town in a couple of weeks. 2 weeks from today, in fact. And a couple other things we'll get to as well. 35192. Want to text me for anything else? Listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
This
Welcome to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
will again not be their year. They are the Snubbed.
Snubbed
again. Snubbed again this year.
The band's not yet welcomed into the hallowed halls of Cleveland's Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Hall of Fame snub.
So, this weekend, the Buzzard will honor the Outcasts.
Biggest snub.
It's bullshit.
From Alice in Chains to White Zombie and all the snubbed in between.
They got snubbed again.
With Snubble Shots. Back-to-back songs from the Rock Hall's biggest snubs.
Rejected by the Rock Hall.
Snubble Shots. All this weekend on 100.7 Snubble UMMS.
This is Doug Gottlieb. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Floor Coverings International.
Marquette basketball coach Shaka Smart is confident that star guard Tyler Kolek will return from an oblique injury for the Big East tournament. Cleveland State, they'll be on the road in the Horizon League tournament quarterfinals. The Vikings will face second seed Youngstown State. That one's tomorrow night. And to the NBA, where the Cavaliers will try to avoid a letdown tonight in Atlanta. Cleveland's coming off that stunning comeback win over Boston last night. I'm Scott Davidson.
Floor Coverings International earns star ratings for everything from their mobile showroom, local ownership and operation, to customer satisfaction. So go with the stars of flooring. Visit FCIFloors.com today.
Keep on driving with Valley Chevrolet.
Daylight savings means fuel savings at GetGo Cafe and Market. Save 50 cents per gallon when you use MyPerks Pay Direct, Advantage Pay, or the MyPerks Pay Rewards Visa credit card. This Thursday through Sunday only, simply enroll for MyPerks Pay Direct at gianteagle.com/pay. Scan your Advantage card at the pump, fill up, save 50 cents per gallon. Learn about the MyPerks Pay Rewards Visa credit card at gianteagle.com/pay. March 7th through 10th at GetGo Cafe and Market. Better, believe it. Available at participating GetGo locations while supplies last.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations like Classic Hard Rock. Just search Classic Hard Rock and listen now on your free iHeart.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
I'm sure it'll work for people on vacation when they don't have to do something, but I can't imagine it working on a day-to-day basis.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Living without you. I know all about you. I have run you down into the ground. Spread disease about you over town. I used to adore you.
Give me a guess, Poundcake.
This is. Who's the bitch that's Wiccan?
Who's the bitch that's Wiccan?
I gotta forget the.
You're gonna have to be a bit more specific. Stevie Nicks?
Stevie Nicks. What band is she playing? Okay, it's not her.
Fleetwood Mac is who you're thinking
Mac,
of.
yeah.
No.
Then I don't know.
This would be a gorgeous, gorgeous young woman named Shirley Manson.
No relation.
You don't remember the band Garbage?
He is probably hearing the band Garbage for the first time.
I've never heard of that before.
Never heard Garbage.
Nah.
Well, they were super hot, early mid-90s, but they've been still around.
Saw them at House of Blues a few years ago. Oh, God, that was 10
I was going to say, that
years
was probably a while ago, yeah.
Yeah, like a few years ago. No, that was 12 years ago. They're great.
When I was in college, Shirley Manson was in a band called Angel Fish that was around very, very briefly, but the other dudes in Garbage, who were all producers, Butch Viggs, the drummer, he was the guy that produced Nevermind for Nirvana and, a lot of other things, and they put this band together, and they were just right place, right time. And Garbage really blew up. We've had conversations before about who have you met where you were kind of dumbstruck, and for me, Shirley Manson is one of those people. Anyway, she's at the Rock Hall tonight. They're doing this thing that's, I don't know if it's getting a lot of attention, but it's called, they're opening the Revolutionary Women in Music exhibit. God, I dropped 5 seconds before we came back on the air. I dropped my headphones on the floor and something got knocked loose.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Broken?
What are we going to do?
Not broken. I'll just have to switch to a backup pair next segment, but
Oh, no.
it's driving me crazy because something's friggin' buzzing now in the... But I'm a professional, so we'll figure it out. But you can't hear that? Boy, I hear. You can't hear that? Is that just in my? Is that just?
It only goes away when I talk.
Ah, God, is it just in my head? Ah, God. Anyway, Shirley Manson is part of this thing over at the Rock Hall tonight. It's from 6 to 10. Shirley Manson, Lisa Loeb, remember her?
Yeah.
Jane Weedland of the Go-Go's, who's super cute. And yeah, Shirley Manson inducted. Garbage is not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I don't even think they've been nominated, but she inducted Blondie into the Rock Hall almost 20 years ago. But anyway, I just was clicking around this morning, and they're doing this thing tomorrow night at the Rock Hall with the Revolutionary Women in Rock, and Shirley Manson. It's going to be in town, and I'm all at Twitter. Maybe I'll have to get over there after the show tomorrow and check this thing out. You can buy a ticket or whatever, but sounds good. So Poundcake thought that was Stevie Nicks. And
Fleetwood Mac, yeah.
Yeah, thought that was Fleetwood Mac, which tells me not only have you never heard Garbage, you've never heard Fleetwood Mac.
I guess not.
How did you land on Stevie Nicks?
The chick sounded like her. Stevie Nicks had like a solo career, didn't she?
Mm-hmm. That's a bad pick. That's not a Stevie Nicks clip. This is mid-'80s Fleetwood Mac, so it was a little slicker than it had been before. But the harmonies in Fleetwood Mac, of course, unparalleled.
So I'm back to the velvet
That sounds like Shirley Manson to you.
Yes.
Interesting. And of course, Christine McVie has since passed. And that's very, very sad. So anyway, that thing is going on tomorrow night for that people that might be interested, but it's not on your radar because it definitely wasn't on mine. But love Shirley Manson. Love the Go-Go's. Lisa Loeb and someone named Melina Moy. I don't know who that is. Melina Moy? M-O-Y-E? Melina Moy. Maybe she's local. She is local. Okay, good. Well, she's going to be there too, doing stuff. So maybe worth checking out. Cavaliers are in Atlanta tonight. They're coming off that huge 1-point win over the Celtics. And they'll get a crack at the Hawks tonight. So 7:30 here on MMS. This friggin' thing is going to drive me goddamn batty.
Do you need another pair of headphones for now?
I don't know. I'll work it out.
Can I hear them? Want to hear them?
Yeah, go ahead.
Want to hear?
Put them on and then talk. You'll hear it in the left. You'll hear a little buzz.
So as you talk, oh yeah, I mean, but that's not crazy.
No, but I have very sensitive ears.
When you talk, it's way worse.
Oh, maybe it's the timbre of my voice then.
Yeah. When I talk,
or maybe it's my microphone. Maybe not my headphones at all. Maybe something screwed with my microphone.
No, because I don't hear this when I have my headphones on. So this is
okay.
Try dropping them again.
Yeah, knock them back into. Put them back into the right spot there. All right, anywho, Cavs against who? Dominique Wilkins, who's with the Hawks now.
Trae Young.
Trae Young. I was close. And, of course, today is former Cavalier Shaquille O'Neal. You ever heard of Shaquille O'Neal? I think I'm pronouncing that properly. Shaquille O'Neal is 52 today. What a long, strange trip it's been for Shaquille Rashawn O'Neal. Those of us old enough to remember when he was a rookie, when he was the new hope of the NBA coming out of LSU. This guy was going to breathe new life into the National Basketball Association.
And he did.
The first overall pick, right? Gets grabbed by Orlando.
Mm-hmm.
And he plays for the Suns. Was he still playing with Barkley? Was Barkley gone by then with the Suns?
Barkley was long gone by then,
okay.
Yeah.
And he played for the Lakers. He would fight with Kobe.
He also won 3 championships together.
They won a lot.
He won 4 total because he won one with the Heat.
He was with the Cavs for a cup of coffee. That's when we had him on this show many years ago.
Yeah.
It was like the first year I was in Cleveland. Shaq was on the Cavs.
Yep.
Played for the Heat. Played for the Celtics. I forgot he played for Boston. I didn't remember that at all. That was another cup of coffee thing, right? He was on his way out.
He bounced around to like 3 teams in like the last 2 years he played.
Yeah. And the most amazing thing, really, if you're familiar at all with Shaquille O'Neal's career, is that he's not that tall.
Alan, see me after the show. You met the guy.
I know. I love posting that photo of any chance I get, anything Shaq related, I post that photo of us because, like, I come up to his nipple.
Yeah.
So I just post me in full, and then the frame cuts off, like, at his chin or whatever. And I'm like, hey, happy birthday to Shaq. I'll probably post it today. It's so stupid, but it cracks me up. So Shaq's 52 today. How about that? Pride of Newark, New Jersey. 7'1", 325 pounds. That's a heavy guy. Heavy guy. And again, he wasn't nimble, right? He kind of lumbers up and down the court. But, he's had one of the more successful post-pro basketball careers. He's selling you icy hot. And he's shilling for insurance companies and all this stuff. And that's all anybody wants when it's all over for him in sports, is you want to be able to shill.
And he has done a good job of that.
Yeah. Yep, he has. So, Shaq's birthday today. Happy birthday to him. Alan Molina Moy is a rock, funk, soul guitarist and singer from Minnesota. Oh. It says she's from Cleveland. All right, well. All right, well, maybe she comes from that Prince school or something. I don't know. But she'll be over there tomorrow night, if you're hip to her. Trae Young is out injured. Ooh! Does that mean we're going to have an advantage over the Atlanta Hawks if Trae Young is out?
That's probably true, yeah. But he, we have an advantage over them anyway. They're pretty bad.
Okay. Oh. So, are you guys hip to the Iditarod? You know what the Iditarod is, Poundcake?
I do not.
Yeah, it's it's the dog sled thing. It's the Iditarod. It's the race where the dog sled.
Oh yeah, I saw a Disney movie about it, a Disney Channel original movie about it, with who was it? Cuba Gooding Jr.
Snow Dogs?
Yep, Snow Dogs.
That was a Disney original movie?
No, I think that was in theaters.
That was in
like
theaters.
A movie.
Yeah, maybe Disney produced it.
I'm sure they did, but
let's see.
I'm sure they played it on the Disney Channel all the time.
Distributed by Walt Disney Pictures.
Okay.
Walt Disney
But that's not a
Studios.
Disney Channel.
Right.
Okay, fair
Their
enough.
studio distributed it.
Yeah.
Well, let's go back to 1985 when a woman on the Iditarod Trail was the first person to shoot a moose out
With what?
there. Huh?
What did she shoot him with?
Well, I shouldn't say shot. She wasn't channeling Woody Allen or anything.
And I
like that.
shot a moose.
She was a moose had come out, and she had to beat it. She had to fend it off. A woman, great name by the way. It was her name was Susan Butcher. It's almost like she was made for it. 1985, Susan Butcher is leading the Iditarod when a moose comes into view there, and it starts going after her, going after the dogs. This is a long-distance race, right? This is in Alaska. It's Anchorage to Nome. And so there's moose all along the route. And this woman had to fend off one of the people, the pilots of these things are called the mushers. Mush, mush. You know, they get the dog sled going. The humans in charge are called the mushers. They're the ones that are steering these dog-pulled sleds. And so Susan Butcher had to fend off a moose with a pickaxe. It killed a couple of her dogs and injured 13 others. That's almost the entire run of the dogs, because I think you only have about 15 or 16 on these.
Why did they make the movie The Gray when they could have made the moose?
Yeah.
This is crazy.
So that was 1985.
And I shot a moose.
And now someone else has killed another moose. A guy named Dallas Seavey. He shot it. This guy had a handgun. He didn't have a rifle. You know, we were talking about handgun v. rifle yesterday when you're out there in the wilderness. This guy had a handgun.
I mean, if that's what you got, and you got a moose that's not going to leave you alone.
Yeah.
Got to pull down.
I wonder why he didn't have a rifle.
Maybe it was just too big to carry.
Maybe so.
Or maybe he had it and he
Maybe
ran
he's
out of
like
ammo.
Bill, and he wants to dominate whatever his opponents are with his bare hands. Wasn't that what you said, Bill, yesterday during our gun conversation?
Yeah, but
No, Bill said he wanted bare hands. Did I mishear you? Is
you
that
did
what
mishear me.
Oh,
I
I'm
wanted
sorry.
to bear
if I'm
arms,
gonna
yeah.
kill something, I want to use my bare hands.
But I'm saying maybe that's this guy, too.
But then he cheated and used a gun.
Yeah, he didn't choke a moose. He shot a moose.
And I shot a moose.
So Dallas Seavey told the Iditarod officials that he was forced to kill a moose with a gun. After the moose ran out.
Tried to steal his wallet.
Yeah, he was in a bad part of the sled
Forest.
trail there, yeah. And it got tangled up with the dogs because you're trying to protect these dogs. You know, this is like a big sponsored event. This guy's racing for Anchorage Chrysler Dodge Jeep. This guy, Dallas Seavey, is tied for the most Iditarod wins ever at 5. But he said the moose fell on his sled, and then it got sprawled all out, and he shot the moose. And then he said he gutted it. Is that what are you supposed to do that, or?
I mean, you're going to make sure it's not going to come back. Both guts
I
out.
get. Oh, wow. Yeah, he cut it open like Luke in the Tauntaun.
I imagine that was just to somehow preserve the meat as best you can.
Oh, well, anyway, he had to drop a dog that had been injured in the moose encounter, and then they flew the dog to Anchorage. But, they're out there. They're out there in the Alaskan tundra, and they're doing this race, and they're running into all kinds of I'm surprised this doesn't happen every year. The Alaska State Troopers say that every effort was being made to salvage the meat. So I guess you're right.
Yeah, you don't want it to die for no reason.
I
Like, if
understand.
you're-
I mean,
that moose meat, that's valuable.
Yeah.
Good jerky.
But it's race rules, which I didn't realize. Race rules is that the musher must gut the animal and then report it to race event. Hey, guys, there's a gutted moose back there. FYI.
You know what this actually makes me think of? We have too many deer, right?
Mm-hmm.
NASCAR is a very popular sport.
Mm-hmm.
Do I have to say anything else?
You do.
We put some NASCAR tracks in the forest.
Mm-hmm.
And then if these guys hit a deer, they have to gut it. That way we're taking down the population of the deer.
Wait, we have to build
way.
we have to build race tracks in the forest?
Yeah, but don't put anything around it so that the deer can try to thin the herd a little bit.
I see.
For their protection.
Mm-hmm.
But then you got to get out of the car and gut the deer right there, preserve the meat, report it to the race officials. Probably not my best idea, but
no, listen,
probably top five.
There are no
Top
bad
five.
ideas around here. We just talk them out and see if there's anything viable there. So even though Poundcake's ears probably perked up when I said Iditarod, that's not what this is.
Was he mean to you?
You hate it when I call him Rodney. Called him Rodney. You hated it.
Did he treat people bad?
That's hot.
Did he leave a 5% tip?
Yeah.
$300 bill?
Oh, no, that's not mean. That's cheap. That's a no-no.
That's how I got a homeless guy.
I want him to slam down that $20 bill, bitch, and then walk out. That's hot.
One of the cast members of the Nat Geo reality TV show Life Below Zero, about life in rural Alaska, was along the route. And he mentioned that he'd had run-ins with a moose, but he didn't kill it. He said he punched it in the nose.
Now we're talking. That's what I'm about.
Yeah.
You just square up with the moose, pop it in the nose. The moose runs off. You don't have to kill it.
Yeah.
But he knows you're the boss.
It runs off going, arr, 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 arr. Iditarod is a 1,000-mile race across Alaska. It'll end next week when the winning musher comes off the Bering Sea ice and crosses under the arch finish line in Nome. But this guy had to shoot the moose. There's other people punching him in the nose. You really got to keep your head on the swivel.
And I shot a moose.
But pretty wild. All right, I'm going to swap out my headphones. We're going to start the specs on this NASCAR Deer in the Woods thing, and we're going to speak to the Ohio Department of Transportation. Maybe they've got something that they can help us out with. Because, again, I don't think it's a bad idea. I just think it needs a little massaging. I have Stain tickets for you, too. They are coming to do MGM Northfield Park with some friends. So if you want to see them back in action, I'll hook you up. After the break, 35192 for anything else to text, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards. Coming back to Fox Monday, April 1st. Get ready to win your way there to see Justin Timberlake, Green Day, TLC, Jelly Roll, Lainey Wilson, Tate McRae, and a special musical tribute to this year's iHeart Icon Award recipient, Cher. Our our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
I'm honored to be here. Thanks for letting me live my dream.
Win your way there to see these superstar performances and so much more at iHeartRadio.com/awards.
Otezla Apremolast is a proud partner of the iHeartRadio Music Awards, a celebration of artists and the fans who got them there. The fans who make the music truly come alive through their energy and positive vibes. To the fans that make live music possible, we salute you.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Areas of fog and scattered showers stick around through your Wednesday afternoon. Temps in the low 40s. Mostly cloudy tonight with overnight lows in the upper 30s. Your Thursday, clouds with some sunshine, highs in the low 50s, cooler near the lake.
This report is sponsored by Audible. Come to Audible and discover the best selection of audiobooks without exception. Bestsellers, new releases, plus podcasts and exclusive Audible originals. You'll find everything you love all in one place. Sign up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Kia of Bedford's got what you need. A shot to save big all this month. Get to KOB now. Step up to the line and pop a shot for your chance to save up to $5,000 off any new Kia in stock. Take your shot to save big only at Kia of Bedford. No discount applied to dealer addendum pricing. See dealer website for full contest rules.
Win a trip to Vegas and compete for a chance to win $10,000 in the Bud Light Mini Hoops Finals Tournament. Qualify for your chance to win by registering at WMMS.com or by participating in a Mini Hoops Challenge event near you. Visit WMMS.com for locations and all the details.
Kia of Streetsboro, 99 cents get you driving. Kia of Streetsboro, 99 cents down. Kia of Streetsboro, stop in and see how much you'll save. Kia of Streetsboro, Kia of Streetsboro.com.
Hey Cleveland, Kia of Streetsboro is bringing the heat and unleashing crazy savings, like $12,000 off a 2023 Kia EV6. And hey, if an adventure-ready SUV is more your speed, get $7,000 off a 2023 Sorento or $4,000 off a 2024 Kia Sportage. And if you really want to watch those savings soar, trade in your current ride. Plus, they've got financing from 0.9%. Oh, you hear that? That's your dream car calling, Cleveland. Get to Kia of Streetsboro or scope deals 24/7 at KiaofStreetsboro.com. Seize the road at Kia of Streetsboro, where the thrill begins.
Kia of Streetsboro, Kia of Streetsboro.com.
Residency restrictions apply. See dealer for additional details.
Cleveland State Women's Basketball hosts the Horizon League Tournament quarterfinal on Thursday, March 7th at the Wolstein Center. The first 200 fans will receive Viking women's basketball trading cards. Get $10 tickets, including unlimited concessions at CSUVikings.com. Go Vikes!
Avenged Sevenfold in concert. A7X. Saturday, March 9th, Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. With special guests, Poppy and Sullivan King. Tickets are on sale now at RocketMortgageFieldhouse.com. Avenged Sevenfold. Live. New album, Life is But a Dream. Out now.
When you're taking that next step, you should have the right team in your corner. Your budgeting needs are as unique as you and deserve a customized solution. The Dollar Bank Loan Sale is the perfect time to chat with our loan experts so we can help lower your monthly payments and put more money in your pocket. All loans, all terms, all on sale. Now through March 30th. Get started at dollar.bank/loan sale. Dollar Bank. Equal housing lender. Member FDIC.
Some people just know there's a better way to do things, like bundling your home and auto insurance with Allstate.
Or hiring someone to move your piano instead of doing it yourself. So, do things the better way. Bundle home and auto and save up to 25% with Allstate.
Bundled savings vary by state and are not available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings off the home policy. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Cleveland Clothing Company, the land's one-stop shop for all things Cleveland. Cleveland tees, hoodies, accessories, and of course the official MMS Buzzard gear. Use the promo code CLOVER all month long for 20% off in-store or online. ClevelandClothing.com, the brand of the land.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
We could try to explain what it feels like to get your work done on a John Deere. The way a Z-Track mower finishes in half the time you thought it would. Or how much easier it is to move mountains of soil with a 1 Series tractor. We could even go into detail about how it feels to tow up to 4,000 pounds behind a Gator XUV. But if you really want to know what it's like to run with us, you just have to get in the seat. Learn more at johndeere.com/get-in-the-seat or visit a dealer near you.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun. So you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
Now try Babbel free. Just go to Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
CBS Wednesday.
We have so many cool, diverse people from different backgrounds, different beliefs, different upbringings, and it just keeps growing.
I'm a citizen of the United States.
I'm a hustler.
I'm a big Taylor Swift fan.
I'm the queen of the tribe.
I am playing whatever role I gotta play.
I'm gonna play this game full speed.
I ain't going down like no punk.
A new Survivor Wednesday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
What if I told you fairy tales had a darker side?
He locked her in this dungeon. He threatened to kill her multiple times.
That's one where Red and Grandma are just dead.
She takes the frog and with all her might throws him against the wall.
In my podcast, you'll see there's more to the tale than what was told in bedtime stories. Join me, Miranda Hawkins, as we step into the twisted world of the Brothers Grimm. Listen to The Deep Dark Woods on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now it is time to give stuff away. Alan Cox is giving stuff away.
All right, you want to go see Stained? They are on the tailgate tour, bringing some friends with them. Special guest Seether, Saint Asonia, which is Mike Mushock's project with, what's his name? The 3 Days Grace dude. And Tim Montana, who's been having a pretty good year so far. All four bands. Stained, your headliner, Friday, May 17th. They're going to play MGM Northfield Park. Ticketmaster.com will have all the info for you. This pair for you, caller 10, 2 for Stained, month after next. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
You'd flee a wildfire.
Evacuate.
You'd prepare for a hurricane, but there's no escaping this disaster.
It's one of the worst disasters that I've seen in my career.
It's the Alan Cox Show
on 100.7 WMMS.
To my mother, to my father, it's your son or
screams loud enough for you to hear me. Should I turn this up for you? I sit here locked inside my head. All right. I will have more Stained tickets for you tomorrow. Comedian Alonzo Bowden's going to be back in here tomorrow. Always fun catching up with him.
Oh, nice. I love Alonzo.
He's starting his run at Hilarities tomorrow night. He'll do shows tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday. Bill's going to be out tomorrow night for our Bud Light March Mini Hoops appearances. If you're any good at Pop-A-Shot, you're going to want to make it out to at least a handful of these appearances because you could end up in Vegas winning the whole thing. There's a $10,000 prize at the very end of this, and we're going to get one winner. Bill and I are doing a bunch of appearances during the month of March, and one winner from Northeast Ohio will go on to compete in Las Vegas, and there's no reason that that shouldn't be you. So tomorrow night, he's going to be at Chuggers, which is where? Strongsville? Streetsboro. So if you're out, Kent way, if you're out Aurora way, yeah.
And Manaway, Middlefield.
And then Friday and Saturday, we're both going to be in Willoughby. Yeah. You'll be out at Frank and Tony's on Friday.
I'll be at Fats. You'll be at Garage Bar.
I'll be at Garage Bar on Saturday night from 7 to 9. So if you're out Willoughby way, Friday and Saturday nights, that's a pretty easy way.
We'll be calling it Billaby by the time I'm done with it. Yeah.
Mary, your thoughts?
Nope.
And then I'm doing stand-up in Lorain on Saturday if you want to come hang out at that.
Why are you exhaling so exasperatedly?
Billaby.
We went past that.
I know.
You missed your chance to sigh exasperate.
I needed a second.
That was a weird laugh.
He moved on.
I didn't laugh.
That wasn't
That's what you think laughs are. That explains a lot.
Bill. God bless America.
She's so mean.
Shots fired over
I'm not
here.
mean.
She's so mean.
You're mean.
I saw somebody got hit in the head by a hammer at one of the Queens subway stops, and I was like,
Did you see they're putting the Coast Guard and
well, I saw they're going back to doing the random bag checks in the subway.
Said, we got it was on the New York Times. I almost sent it to you, but I figured you would have seen it. It said that they're going to start putting the Coast Guard at like major stops, so like the Times Square stop and things like that, because there's all these attacks happening. A lot of increase in violent attacks on the subway. I haven't.
Well,
witnessed any.
Where do you get on? I mean, the one that I was reading about is probably a good ways down the line from you. This is more like Elmhurst area, and you're in Astoria, but
that's a different train.
But I didn't know if it was the same train, two different stops going into the city. I mean, it was.
No.
But anyway, so some guy's getting off the train and just walking up the steps like he's leaving the station, and some dude just runs up behind him, hits him in the head with a hammer, and
that's crazy.
Doesn't know anybody, just,
Yeah.
Hey.
My neighborhood.
You're jogging up the steps, and you feel a blinding pain in the back of your head.
From everything I've been told and everything I've witnessed, and I mean, I've only lived there, 5 weeks, but Astoria seems to be pretty safe. Not a lot of craziness happening. It's a lot of families. It's a lot more like old foreign families is kind of where I live.
It's Greektown.
Yeah, but apparently, I mean, it's also New York. There's 9 million people here.
Yeah.
Someone could just hit you with a hammer because they felt like it.
Or a baklava. Or throw a pan of spanakopita at you.
Mm-hmm. Might not hurt as much, but.
What a delicious injury.
But yeah, I saw that today that they're going to start putting Coast Guard and more NYPD at like the busier stops and stuff because there's a lot of robberies and violent attacks happening.
The Coast Guard.
Yeah.
Just
because
they're around? Because they're available? Or
I should get back to this article, but I was like, it seems like you're doing too much,
Well, how much is, you can't do too much when you're charged with protecting the citizens of New York. So if that's what they're going to do.
And the crime's not happening.
3 hours ago, New York will send National Guard.
National Guard. That makes
National
more sense.
Guard to subways after a string of violent crimes. The
Now, you're sure they're not sending National Guard to Subway sandwich shops?
This picture has a train on it. So
do the old walls at the Subway sandwich shops. They used to have those, back in the early days of Subway, the wallpaper was all old-timey Subway lines, right? Remember that?
Yeah.
It was very on the nose, the
700
decor at Subway sandwich shops.
750 members of the National Guard to assist the New York Police Department with bag searches at the entrance to busy train stations.
Mm-hmm.
Dang. They're checking for guns, knives. We just talked about this yesterday. How
razors.
You have to put your gun in your
my
butt.
gun on the subway. My gun that I don't have.
Old gun butt.
Old gun butt, Mary Santora.
Oh, you can get banned from the train for 3 years if you
Banned from the train. That won't make anybody angry.
And it's also not like people. I probably see 30 people jumping the turnstiles.
Yeah.
Every time you're going to get on the train.
Have you done it yet?
No.
Are you going to?
No.
That's how you know you're.
$3 a ride. You're going to be fine.
Yeah.
What can you get?
If I was that hard up that I couldn't afford a $3 subway ride, I don't need to be in the city at all.
Oop,
Tell the people that are jumping over them. Be like, hey, get out of the city. You
here's
can't
$3.
afford to be here.
Get out there and panhandle your way in. Whoop, got me in the gun butt.
You don't want to do it, jump the turnstile just for fun?
No, you know what? The other day, well, this is a couple weeks ago now, I went to swipe my card and it didn't read, which will happen sometimes, but I was rushing. I was like running to grab the train and I swiped the card and the turnstiles were still locked. And I bashed the top of my knee because I was like just still in motion.
Oh, you thought it was going to move.
Yeah, because you hear it and it goes beep and you think, oh, that means it's unlocked, but it was not. And I am not coordinated enough to jump a turnstile. My foot will get caught or like my jacket or something.
Well, then have somebody film it.
Tangled up inside of it.
Have you jumped the turnstile, Bill?
No, that's legal, Alan.
So if you get caught, it's only $3, so the police not going to arrest you.
No. It's $3 to ride the train. The fine is not the cost of riding the train. You get a ticket.
I'm saying, is it worth it to them to write you a ticket or whatever for $3?
Well, it depends on how busy it is. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of people jumping the turnstiles.
Because I'm sure
they'll like take your ID and ban you. Which I don't know what that does because you don't need an ID to sign up for
you can just
a Metro card.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, they have a camera probably. There's cameras everywhere in New York.
But there's so many people. Trying to ban someone from the subway seems impossible.
Or they could wait until you accumulate enough to have a felony. Like if it's $3, it's $3 every time. They're like, oh, well, you accumulated this over the past 2 years. Now
or
it's
don't worry about the
$1,000.
turnstile jumpers and focus on the guys with hammers.
Yeah.
How about that?
Hey, they're paying their money.
That's what the National Guard is for, is that they're going to be doing bag checks for hammers. Hammers and guns. And
hey, man, you got a hammer in here? People joining the National Guard. It's just one weekend a month. I'm in the subway checking for hammers. Well, listen, there are many, many points on the
you could be the hammer.
Protecting your,
You can be the hammer, you can be the nail, That's New York City.
Last line of defense down there in the subways, the National Guard.
Will they go start doing hammer control?
Yes. Let's do some hammer control. Please, hammer, don't hurt him.
I think we just need to stop hammer time.
He was trying to tell you, please, hammer, don't hurt him. You talking to your hammer. Poundcake was a carpenter back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
And every day, he's told me this. I hope you don't mind me. I hope I'm not betraying your confidence. He told me back in the day when he was at JVS and he thought he was going to be a carpenter for life, right?
Mm-hmm.
C4L.
Like a jet.
Yeah. And he would say to his implements each day, he'd look at that, he'd say, please, hammer, don't hurt him. By them, he meant his fingers. Please, hammer, don't hurt him.
It's like his Hail Mary.
Yes.
I don't know how I survived back then.
You're a survivor. You're like Beyonce.
I didn't. I got out with not cutting my finger.
Beyonce, the country music star?
Yes, Beyonce, the very same.
Has she done stuff before that?
Done what?
Like
It was
music?
her first album.
No, she put a hat on. That makes her a country music star.
No, but has she released music before this country album?
No, not that I know of. No, I think she got big on Star Search.
Ah.
Mm-hmm. You don't know how you survived trade high school.
Well, I don't know how I survived without cutting myself.
Oh, not
or hurting
hurting
myself.
yourself.
Yeah, like I didn't cut my finger. I knew a guy that cut his finger like working.
Measure twice, cut once.
But not your finger.
Measure your finger twice and then cut once to make sure that you don't cut your finger.
Didn't get my hoodie stuck in the saw or something
Oh,
like that.
God.
You know, I'm just saying.
Yeah,
like,
I understand. You're so jittery. You're probably even more so then.
No, it's the opposite. That's why I sometimes I'm like, man, I had no anxiety. All my anxiety was people finding out that I was gay, and obviously it wasn't hard to find out. But I didn't have any anxiety back then.
Why was it? Maybe now you should walk around with nails in your pocket.
But I don't know if
I don't
think it was the carpentry back then. I was fearless back then.
Maybe you need a token because you were younger and indignant.
Probably I didn't know much about the world, and now that I'm grown, I'm like, I know how stuff works. I'm like, oh, I don't like this at all. This is not what I signed up for. Now all of a sudden,
This is why my parents were so mad when I was a kid.
Well, I didn't ask to be born, and now all of a sudden I got my life in my hands. How fair is that?
Actually, if you believe in Christianity, I think you did ask. Didn't you ask God? Is that just a Mormon thing? The pre-existence?
That's just a Mormon thing.
Yeah.
You guys don't got the pre-existence?
No.
Oh, you should have got the pre-existence.
No, we just have
It's a nice fairy tale.
We just have embryos equal children.
We got that too, but we had pre-existence where there was a war in heaven, and we decided to choose God's side, and he's like, all right, now I'll send you down to earth one by one, and some of you guys are going to get some good times. And some
I
of you
saw
gonna get
LDS got
a
their
lot of
mitts
bad
back on the
times.
Kirtland Temple.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Yeah, good for them. They got enough money.
Hey, Dick, were your ears burning?
Yeah, that's pretty good about you start Mary talking about trains because my family my grandmother lived right by the Penn Central. Now it's the I'm trying to think, the Chessie. And there was the depot there from Wellington, and I remember my cousins, we used to take the train to Cleveland. It took about an hour in downtown to see the stadium and the lake. And I went with my dad one time in '63. But I always loved the trains because I'm going to where I play the dulcimer. We have it's the Chessie. It goes by there, and sometimes we play there by the little depot. The jam session plays at Library Park, and sometimes you might see a pass. I saw one. It was funny. I never saw one. I don't know where it was coming. Yesterday when I played, it was a passenger train. It had about 11 cars on it.
Remember when I said, be careful what you ask for, Bill, because you just might get it? Remember when yeah. You know, Dick, we were talking earlier about the fact that when we have listeners to the program pass away, we really have no way of finding out. And somebody pointed out that they hadn't heard you in a moment, and so that got us theorizing that perhaps something had happened to you.
I'll tell you what happened is there's some kind of bug going around. It's some people had COVID, and it was like a sinus.
You got laid up.
Sinus. 2 weeks. I never stopped, and I don't smoke, and I never stopped coughing.
Yeah, I get the cough,
I
too.
was out for 4 days, and then they gave me some syrup, and I took really strong medicine, and I slept in. But I just had that. It was a virus. It was a sinus, but I'm a lot better. But, yeah, I wondered. I said I better call because it's been a while, But I'm doing okay now,
Well, we just wanted to make sure that you were still above ground, quite frankly, Dick.
Yeah, I missed you guys. I just wanted to say, too, we got new... I'm a little upset. One of my friends I go see up at the McDonald's, we have a group. They put Firefall, and I haven't seen a Cavaliers game. I think I went with one of my friends in band watch, but I think they're doing good. And I give the Guardians, I think this year they might go to the World Series. But yeah, I missed talking to you guys. I didn't want you to wonder. I bet everybody worried, didn't they? But I thought I'd check in to tell you. I'll keep in touch. Have a good night, everybody. Licky, 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 boom, doom, down. Licky, 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 boom, doom, down.
Hey, next time I say something where I'm concerned about Dick, punch me in the face, will you?
Yeah.
Just do me a favor and just lean across and just punch me square in the face, and I'll know what's happening. All right, well, he was laid up with some kind of virus.
They gave him syrup.
You know, somewhere along the line, I switched to syrup. I grew up saying syrup. I don't know. It's because I've lived in a bunch of different places. You kind of pull a little bit from whatever maybe the regional changes are or whatever. But when I grew up. Now we didn't get it. I didn't have any firsthand knowledge of syrup or syrup. Wasn't in our house.
Molasses.
But as a word, I said syrup. Somewhere along the line, if you were to ask me now, what would you have on your pancakes? I'd say syrup. And I don't know when that happened. So I'm in the dick camp. I don't know when that happened. But syrup for me became syrup, Mary. So
that's exciting.
You mock dick.
Is this a tease, or we're going to talk about more things that started pronounced one way?
Yeah, of course. Way? Yes. I've got the whole next hour blocked out. Is that a problem?
Caramel?
Coming up next.
What are we doing?
Hammock versus hammock.
Hammock?
Oh,
Nobody says hammock.
I know a lot of people who say hammock.
Well, that ham hock, are they talking about like making a soup?
HAMMOC, like the thing you lay in, hammock.
No, I think that's just flat out wrong. Hammock.
They will fight you tooth and nail that it is the right
Well, they can, but I think they're still wrong. Hammock.
Yeah.
All right, well, let them do what they want, right?
Right. Not hurting anybody.
Right. No, I'm trying to put in hammock pronunciation. It came up with hammock porn videos.
What?
Hammock porn videos. You know, Mary, hammock porn video.
Hammock.
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 Yeah. Here, let's make sure. Let's slow it down.
Hammock.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to go lay out in the hammock. Maybe it's a British thing.
They are from America.
Oh.
Aluminium.
Aluminium. I'm going to take a break here. I'm going to take a brioche. And if you want to send a text for something, 35192. Want Cavs tickets 2 weeks from tonight. Your Cavaliers are going to play the Miami Heat. And I get a couple of tickets for you and a pal, so we'll do that after the break.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere.
time to give stuff away.
Go see a Cavs game. These guys are killing it. 2 weeks from tonight, March the 20th, they'll be here to play the Miami Heat at the Romo Fijo. You go to Cavs.com always for tickets and info and all that. It's an invaluable resource during the season. Cavs Heat, 2 tickets for you if you are caller 10. Simple enough. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
One of life's most pressing questions.
What do I like about Alan Cox?
Finally answered.
All right, I don't like much about you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Let's go down to the crawdad hole, honey. Honey. Let's go down to the crawdad hole, baby. Let's go down to the crawdad hole. Catch all the crawdads we can hold. Honey, sugar baby mine. You get the line, I get the pole, honey. My honey. You get the line, I'll get the pole, babe. You get the line, I'll get the pole. We'll all go fishing in the crawdad hole. Honey, sugar baby of mine. Crawdad, feeling mighty fine, honey. My honey. Crawdad, feeling mighty fine, babe. Crawdad, feeling mighty fine. 2 for a nickel and 3 for a dime. Honey, sugar baby of mine.
Just kicking in some money to one of these Kickstarters for a little Bluetooth lure tracker I was looking at. You know, March around Northeast Ohio, it's a good time to get your line in the water. You know this. You know how I like to get out there on Lake Erie and put the line in. Walleye are good right now. Crappie are biting. Smelt season. And this Bluetooth lure tracker, I'm all about it. You know how I like to get out there with my tackle box, Bill.
Oh, yeah.
And this Kickstarter, this guy in Sweden, boy, they know engineering, those Swedes. They'll make a credenza. Well, you'll make the credenza, but they'll come up with the directions. It's called Probe, and it's going to help. It's going to help you catch more fish. See what it does is you put it at the top of your line leader, and then the lure's at the bottom, and then it tells you. It sends you data from the water. It tells you the depth and the conditions where all the fish are going to be biting the best. So, you know. You don't have to put weights in your fish anymore. You can just put this on your line, and then you cast out there, and you kind of, better living through tech, as it were. So I don't know what you're partial to, if it's the walleye or the crappie or the bluegill, whatever it is. But here in Ohio, up here on the lake, once March hits... Once March hits, we're good to go.
Break your headphones again?
I'm sorry?
Did you break your headphones again?
No, I did not. So I was looking over this thing, and I shot them some bucks for their Kickstarter because I'm excited to see what they can do with this. So it'll send you, you look at their app, and it sends you back it'll read you the depth and the water temperature and the... how much light's getting down there wherever you cast off, and it's not going to wobble. And you can, there's a 10-hour battery in it, too. So then, let's say you're lucky enough to get a fish, right? It's gonna record the jerk, which is a good thing to do. You got to record your jerk when you're out there, and it'll give you all the other data. Now, there might already be something out there like this. I don't know, but... I saw this information. I was like, that seems like something that I might be able to utilize when I'm out there in the boat. Because, I like to be out there in the boat. And the more information I have at my disposal, the happier I'll be. And so the Probe device from Sweden seems like just the ticket.
I have a question.
Please.
Where exactly is Fisherman Alan from?
I'm sorry?
I'm having trouble with the accent.
This would be northern Illinois, southern Wisconsin.
Okay,
is what you're talking about.
I wasn't sure. This is my first interaction with Captain Alan.
What? I'm not a captain, Mary. What are you talking about? I'm not a captain. I'm just I'm a casual angler. Mm. And when I get out there, when I grab my pole and I put my line in the water, you know that I like to have as much information as I possibly can. I'm not an expert by any means, merely somebody who likes to get out there and enjoy nature. So I kicked in my $113 American to the Kickstarter, and I'll be first in line when they start making these. Provided they start making these. A lot of times they'll dazzle you with a prototype, but then it never really comes to fruition, as it were. Because I've already got all my other tech out there. You know, back in the day when my dad would take us out, we just had the poles and the lines and the tackle box. There was no real tech involved. But now, you know, you can have your smart rods. You ever fish with a smart rod?
No, but some dumb rods.
Oh, that's the life. You out there with your smart rod. Some people get really into it. They'll have aquatic drones and all that kind of stuff, and I don't really fancy that. But the anglers in Northeast Ohio know precisely what I'm talking about when March hits. The smallmouth bass, the saugeye, they're all out there, and they're waiting. So, you know, just something to think about for people who are out there on the lake. Not only, of course, does Northeast Ohio have, unbelievably, a robust and dedicated surfing community when it's very cold outside, but there are also fisher people who are out there and doing things. I've got some kids' corner.
It ain't easy being a kid. Now look at what you gone done did. Whoa, it's time for Kids Corner. Kids Corner.
One of our Canadian bureau chiefs sent me the story of a teacher in British Columbia who's been suspended because he integrated pool noodles into gym class. And I guess this is how different gym is now than it used to be. This was 9th grade.
Wait.
PE class.
And they have a pool.
No pool.
No pool.
Pool noodles.
That's not what he was calling his wiener, was it?
It's nothing along those lines. Nope, there's nothing untoward other than the fact that apparently this community or this school was a lot more sensitive to this kind of thing than they were when we were kids because, of course, we all remember dodgeball, where people would whip giant inflated rubber balls straight at your head. Mm-hmm. Just whip them at your face. But this school suspended the guy because the pool noodles were a bridge too far. They were 9th grade gym. They were playing hockey using pool noodles instead of hockey sticks. And this gym teacher encouraged the kids to really go at him with the pool noodles. He's like, don't hit him too hard and don't aim for the head. So it sounded like he was, he was employing some common sense here. Somebody ratted him out. One kid in glasses, some Four Eyes, some Poindexter, some...
The pool noodles hit my glasses.
I don't like it when they're smudged up.
I don't appreciate this, guys.
I already got called Four Eyes.
Yeah, some Poindexter.
Wait, you don't appreciate this? You got glasses, nerd.
Yeah.
We're being mean. Are you turned on?
Ooh,
No, because you got to be cute.
We're all cute. What are you talking about?
Nah.
We're the cutest.
Bunch of losers.
One of the students, present company included, one of the students complained, referred to in the report as Student A, was wearing glasses and was hit in the face with a pool noodle and filed a report. And so they have suspended this teacher. And it sounds like he was trying to do everything, but again, cast your mind back, and you don't have to be that old to remember dodgeball. Now, I don't know when they phased dodgeball out. It hasn't been a thing for a while. But we all had it, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And if you were even slightly smaller than everybody else, and I very much was, you might as well have had a bullseye on every visible inch of your body because, and I wasn't wearing glasses.
I was.
But I was everybody's favorite target during dodgeball.
My reflexes got really good because of that game. Like, I could deflect and like, dodge so many balls. Like, I dodged way more than I got hit.
If you only had kept that going,
You go
it
to
made your
heaven.
mom happy. You
He
go to heaven,
devoted
yeah.
his life. He's like, I've dodged all the balls I'm ever going to dodge in school.
Surrender.
Yeah, he did.
I surrender. Take me alive.
Uh-huh.
Now he's just a human shield.
They're smaller and less red, but they are
Not all of them.
Oh, God.
harder to dodge. Well, we'll ask Dr. Berglund on Friday. The same teacher had been disciplined by the district in the past for demonstrating an athletic technique on a student and for encouraging an 8th grade class to twerk. All right, guys. Now, again, I mean, this sounds to me like a physical education teacher who's trying to keep things interesting. It doesn't sound like there's anything hinky going on. It just seems like it runs afoul of maybe some of the more sensitive people there at this school. So they've suspended him for a few days. And like I said, the Canadian pool noodle does sound like something we'd ask Dr. Berglund about. But in this case, the kid in the glasses got upset. And maybe they were. Maybe there were some other kids that were singling this kid out. I don't know. Maybe it didn't come about organically.
That's such a kid in glasses thing to do. Why does he got to represent us? I don't like that.
To rat him out?
Something you would have done.
No, I did. Thing is,
If you hadn't been good at dodgeball, you would have complained.
If you got smacked in the eye in the glasses with a pool noodle, you would have been like, "Meh."
No, I'm gonna get you back. I only snitch when it implicates me. That's what you guys are forgetting. Like,
we're not forgetting, but
allow me
what
to-
if you can't get them back? What if
I will. I'll get you back one way or another.
Your only recourse is to snitch?
No, because I feel like there's better ways to do it. You hit me back with a pool noodle, and I don't know, like I'll make you fall on some glass or something later on in life. Like,
in his
I'm
backyard.
gonna knock him down on sand and be like, it's gonna be glass someday.
I'm gonna get you back one day when you least expect it. That's where that comes from. I'll get you when you least expect it. You might be walking the stage of graduation, and I trip you, and then you fall on like a spike or something. And I'd be like, told you I was gonna get you, bitch.
There's a spike on the stage?
I don't know.
It's a prop.
I don't know how it got there. I'm just saying, if you happen to fall on a spike.
Wow, a spike.
What kind of spike?
I don't know.
Like a poorly inserted nail? Like something that only you know where it is?
Sure.
Or, yeah.
Sure, it was there before. I didn't insert it. I just happen to know where it is.
Right. Okay.
I don't snitch unless it implicates me. Like if you said you murdered someone, just don't tell me that you murdered someone. You can still murder someone.
Word right? Implicates me?
You're saying keep it to yourself, or I will have to tell.
Yeah, if it's me or you, I'm gonna choose me. Obviously, like I'm not gonna go to jail for you.
This is why This is why he would make a terrible lawyer or clergyman, among other reasons. There would there would be no patient. There would be no doctor-patient confidentiality or no lawyer-client privilege.
Your Honor, this bitch is guilty.
Well, I feel like people
He told me.
But I feel like people lie. Like if a murderer legit told his lawyer, like, hey, so I did murder her, but crap happens. Like I don't feel like there's if you're a murderer, you might as well be a liar too. You're not going to be an honest murderer.
Oh, you do think murderers lie, do you? Yeah, that seems to be fundamental to the whole murdering thing. Is there aren't a lot of people who raise their hand when somebody walks by and says, "Hey, who did this?"
A client attorney privilege. Like I don't believe that shouldn't even exist because I don't expect them to tell me. Like you're not going to tell your lawyer that you really murdered her.
Tom Segura has a great bit about that where he talks about the first 48, and he's like, they only ask the guy like 2 questions, and then he admits to murder, and he's like, dude, just lie for longer. He's like, you killed a guy, you can't lie for 10 minutes about
Yeah,
it.
deny. I mean, they're gonna get you eventually. Maybe those guys just figure, I'm not gonna. Why drag it out? They're gonna get me. They'll either get an actual confession or they'll coerce one out of me. Also in Kids Corner, a dad is in a lot of trouble. Suburban Portland. They've charged this guy with a whole slew of things. and it's just a regular suburban dad. And they can't figure out why he gave the girls, his daughter had a bunch of friends over, 12-year-old girls. He had a bunch of them over for a sleepover.
This makes me sick. I saw this story. I hate this.
And he gave them drug-laced mango smoothies.
What kind of drug?
An antidepressant.
That
So
doesn't even do anything.
Sounds like a prescription thing. Well, these are 12-year-old girls, something that slows the nervous system.
See?
Benzodiazepine.
No sleepovers for anyone. No,
Dude,
never.
that's becoming more and more popular is that parents just straight up do not allow
No,
sleepovers.
no sleepovers. I would tell my brother, I would tell my cousin, who I consider my sister, don't let your kids sleep over nobody's house.
One of the girls pretended to be asleep while she noticed that the dad was like standing over the girls checking to see if they were asleep. Now, my initial thought was this is just a guy who really did not want to have a bunch of girls sleeping over, and he wanted them.
That's your initial thought?
Yeah,
touching them
well, because
while
I don't
they're
think he touched them.
Yeah, because he didn't get a chance to, but he wanted to.
You're
Did
not
they
drugging
determine that?
12-year-old girls just so they go to sleep. Because if that were the case, he would have drugged them with NyQuil. He'd have put like melatonin in there. He wouldn't have put like something that affects your brain like that.
Well, they'll figure it all out, I guess. 57-year-old Michael Maiden served drug-laced smoothies to the girls at his daughter's sleepover. One of the girls texted her mom desperately, "Please come pick me up. I don't feel safe." He was doing tests to make sure we weren't awake, like putting his hand near their noses to see if they were breathing or asleep or something.
What?
Yeah, it was very, very creepy.
And
So the mom comes to pick the daughter up, and the guy's like, no, they're fine. They're sleeping. And she's like, bring me my child. And the girl stood to get her things, and the parent said that she seemed drunk and slurred her speech. The guy turned himself in to the county sheriff after the grand jury issued an indictment accusing him of multiple felonies. This happened last August, but the whole thing is just kind of blown up now.
Because he didn't know what those kids were allergic to. Some kids can't take those medications.
Yeah, one girl went home with her parents, and they went back to the guy's house at 3 o'clock to pick up two of the other girls. They took them to the hospital. They said they felt hot and woozy, and that they had blacked out.
That's so
gross.
gross.
Yeah, it's all gross and weird, and the cops don't know what the motive was.
How are you even questioning it? What other motive is there?
Well, because
to
none of the
drug
girls,
young
because none of the girls said that, because two of them pretended to be asleep, and they didn't say he touched them or anything.
Right, because he wasn't getting the idea that he could, but like just the fact that he was hovering over them and testing them.
Yeah,
like,
it's all gross.
Dude,
and, yeah.
no.
He and his wife divorced late last year, but kept the home in Lake Oswego there in suburban Portland. And so now this guy is in deep, deep trouble.
Good.
Yeah.
None of the girls or their families were particularly close with the family or had been at their home before the sleepover.
See, you need to vet.
Which the dad had arranged because his ex-wife spoke Japanese. So for some reason, this guy, this could have gone way worse. Even if he wasn't going to, like, touch them, maybe, who knows what this guy was planning to do. But for all intents and purposes, he just looks like a regular dude.
My mind has changed so much about, like, I remember when we were kids, they were like, oh, no one your age needs a cell phone. Now I'm like, I don't want my kid to not have a cell phone, like at 11 or 12, because that's like at the age that's you're most vulnerable. Like, I want you to be able to call me if you need me. Back in the day, it really wasn't like, I don't know why we didn't think about having phones at that age, but I don't want my kid to be without one now.
Well, that's part of it, and that's why some people just get their kids like those basic phones where they can, like an emergent, like a jitterbug or something, you know. Yeah,
it has 4 numbers on it, but yeah, at school or wherever they go, and keep the location on so you could track them. It's too scary out here nowadays.
I mean, when I was staying over at a friend's house, like, we just read comic books.
You were a boy.
I know, but like even when my daughter would have sleepovers, it was like,
well, yeah, I mean,
there wasn't weird stuff going on.
Most of the time, it's not weird stuff. We're not reading this story every day, but this stuff does happen, and it is terrifying.
I feel like that, like there should be an age, like teenage, like 15 and up, like, but younger than that, like 11, 12, that's too old to be staying at someone else's house unsupervised, especially if you don't know the parent.
Well, you'll never have to contend with that.
You don't know that.
You're not going to have a kid.
I might donate
you
sperm
and Mary,
or something.
huh?
I might donate sperm to a friend or something if they want it.
Right, but you're not going to be raising that kid. It's not going to be living with you. That's my point. You're not going to be cohabiting with that child.
You might get a summer. You might get a
Why
month.
would you donate sperm to a friend?
If they wanted one, if they wanted to have a kid and they didn't find the right person.
Why do they want it from you?
Because I'm cute.
There are a lot of cute people out there.
But I'm cute and I'm a friend and I'm available.
There are a lot of cute, available people out there. You know, they have buildings actually where people donate and then they can go through and find stuff out. Would you do it? Because you wouldn't do it for free. So if they're going to pay for it, why don't they just go to the sperm bank?
I would do it for free. It depends on how much I like the person.
You'd give them something that you know you could get paid for. You'd give them for free.
Because I don't think anyone's getting rich selling sperm. How much?
Back in the day, you get $75 a pop.
That's not enough.
It's a day's pay. I'd do it a few times a month.
Plus, I don't trust that neither. Like I don't trust it because I don't know what person's gonna come back and sue me and like find out. So I might as well do it with a friend that I know would be a good parent. I would consider it. I didn't say it would be for sure.
If you donate sperm, you do realize that you're not usually in that kid's life. That you're donating it. You're giving it away and saying, do with this what you will.
That's the beauty of it.
They raise the kid.
But that's why I said
that's not your kid.
But it would have my genes, and I feel like they would feel more comfortable knowing where their father came from.
Right, but once you give away that sperm, the mom is in no legal right. She doesn't ever have to tell the kid about you. You don't have any parental rights.
In the aspect of me giving it to a friend or me donating it to a sperm bank?
I think in either aspect. I think you donate it, and then they're like, everything else is anonymous from here on out.
Yes,
I mean, that's traditionally how it's been, but there's all kinds of states that are trying to do weird stuff.
Also, I just looked it up, and it says homosexual men and men who have had sex with other men cannot donate sperm.
That's a lie.
Well, it's on the internet, so it must be true.
We can give blood now, so our sperm is...
We're not talking about blood.
Well, sometimes they're in the same thing.
They don't want your gay sperm.
Everyone wants my gay sperm, Mary.
Yeah, by the way, what's this notion that you have pristine genes?
You have psoriasis and glasses.
Yeah, you have an
what's wrong with that?
Immunocompromised. You're like, I got great genes. I'm like, says who?
Glasses, psoriasis, people get her.
Nobody wants a flaky little blind baby
that's got skin problems. Oh, I'm scratchy and I can't see.
Oh God, and I have that voice.
Do you have ointment, Dad? I can't rub it on there.
Your donor's a real giver-upper, by the way, too.
That's why I don't want the responsibility of a kid, but I just want to see what it's like. What if I like have a part in making the next, quarterback that wins the Super Bowl or something? My son.
What if you have a part in making the next man who roofies his daughter's
right
smoothies?
School shooter? Yeah,
it's all a gamble.
Right. But I like to speak it into existence that I will be responsible for the next MVP.
Who was the MVP this year?
Patrick Mahomes.
All right. Who was the league MVP?
Travis Kelce.
No.
Myles Garrett.
No, he was Defensive Player of the Year.
Oh,
no. Close.
Lamar Jackson.
Okay.
Lamar Jackson.
Mm-hmm. You couldn't let me have the first one. I got the first one right.
Miss Jackson, if you're nasty. Gonna take a break. You want to send a text 35192. Want to go see Cage the Elephant? I will have those tickets for you coming back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
cash back on everyday purchases with no fees, period. Check out eligibility and terms at discover.com/cashback debit. Discover Bank, member FDIC.
What if I told you fairy tales had a darker side?
He locked her in this dungeon. He threatened to kill her multiple times.
That's one where Red and Grandma are just dead.
She takes the frog and with all her might throws him against the wall.
In my podcast, you'll see there's more to the tale than what was told in bedtime stories. Join me, Miranda Hawkins, as we step into the twisted world of the Brothers Grimm. Listen to The Deep Dark Woods on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, it's a return of Cage the Elephant. Got a new album out. Well, it's coming out. I think it's going to be out mid-May. It's called Neon Pill, and so they're on the Neon Pill tour. Cage the Elephant bringing Young the Giant and Bakar, singer from L.A., who's real good. All three of them going to happen Monday, September the 9th, out at Blossom, under the stars. LiveNation.com has all the info for you. If you dig Cage the Elephant, go see him this fall. Caller 10. These are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Now you can enjoy that sickening middle of the night. What am I gonna do with my life? Feeling in the afternoon.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Man, I love Pat Denisio's voice in the Smithereens. He's been dead for a few years, but they got some new guy fronting the Smithereens. I don't know who that is, but his voice was so smooth, man, for a band like that. Handful of programming notes, by the way. Comedian Alonzo Bowden is going to be back on the show tomorrow, right around this time. He's doing the weekend at Hilarities. Also, tomorrow only, because Circle K is launching their Inner Circle Rewards program. Everybody who wins something from me tomorrow, I'm going to throw in $100 in Circle K gas cards.
Dang.
So if you win Stain tickets, I'll throw you the $100 Circle K gas card. If you win the Cavs ticket. So tomorrow only, if you win from me, you're also going to get, I'm going to tack $100 onto your prize. Next week on the show, if you want to go see Mammoth WVH, that's Wolfie Van Halen. He set his summer dates. He's doing July 24th out at MGM Northfield Park. The Cleveland Home and Remodeling Expo is coming back to the IX Center. That's middle of this month. If you want to go see the Chili Peppers at Blossom in July, I will have those tickets for you. And if you want to see Joe Satriani and Steve Vai shred for a couple of hours, mid-April, I'll have those tickets for you all next week. About an hour from now, we'll get to this week's Poundcake Sports Break. We were out last Wednesday, so he didn't have an opportunity to perform one for you. But he will in about 60 minutes. Cavs coming off a big win over Boston last night. Handing them a loss broke the Celtics' 11-game win streak. Everything was coming up Cleveland last night. The Kelsey brothers, who revealed, I don't know if anybody saw this, they revealed live at the Romo Fijo that they are from Cleveland Heights.
It's always been a mystery.
Well, that makes sense why they had him there then.
So Cavs are in Atlanta tonight. You know they call it Hot Atlanta. It's so warm. You know, in an alternate universe, I would have gone to Atlanta to work instead of going back home to Chicago. And who knows if that would have ever brought me to Cleveland. I might have been continuing my career in, they call it Hot Atlanta. Cavs Hawks tonight. You know, there's so many things going on, it's hard to keep track. Cavs are in Atlanta tonight. 7:30 is your tip-off. 7 o'clock is your pre-game coverage. You know, if you're like me and sometimes you'll go to a show for the opener, don't do that with a Cavs game. Don't just tune in to the pre-game coverage and then turn it off once they start playing. That would be weird. So Cavs Hawks tonight, 7:30. You can also listen on the iHeartRadio app if you like. And then perhaps you like your basketballs a bit smaller. We're doing the Bud Light March Mini Hoops Challenge. If you're good at Pop-A-Shot, you can come out. Bill and I are going to be out all through the month of March. Bill's going to be in Streetsboro tomorrow night. Lisa in Streetsboro texted me. What time is Bill going to be at Chuggers?
7 to 9.
7 to 9 tomorrow night. And then he'll be at Frank and Tony's in Willoughby on Friday. And I will
7 to
be
9.
7 to 9 on Friday.
Yep.
And I'll be in Willoughby on Saturday at Garage Bar, and that will also be 7 to 9. So a lot of stuff coming up. Of course, Friday here on the show. Fortunately for Bill, since he has an appearance that night, his team won the Polar Blast.
Mm-hmm.
So he doesn't have to do the one-chip challenge on Friday that Mary and Poundcake and I have to do. I would be hating life if I had an appearance on Friday night. But I'm sure people will have all kinds of questions for you, so I hope you have answers for them.
Oh, I'm sure I will.
On Friday night.
I'll be ready to answer them. You know what I'm doing tonight?
What's tonight, Wednesday?
Wednesday, yeah. Usually
Taxes.
Usually I do East End on Wednesday, but tonight I'm doing a guest bartending thing. Have you ever done one of those?
I've done many of those, yes.
Celebrity bartending events.
Where will you be bartending?
Headquarters in Old Brooklyn.
Okay.
It's a friend of mine's bar, and he's hit me up. He's like, hey, just got this bar. You want to try this out?
This a charity event?
I don't think so. I think it's just
You're just doing a buddy a solid.
Doing a buddy a solid. So
Have you ever bartended?
not really.
You
I
haven't?
don't think you're going to like this at all.
I didn't say I would. I didn't say.
Well, why
I
did
would
you
at all.
agree to
You
do
don't
it?
like people. It can be very stressful and overwhelming depending on how busy it is.
I mean, it is a Wednesday night in Old Brooklyn. I mean, with all due respect.
Right.
I mean, you never know, though. If it just opened and he's bringing out friends and family. And,
Yeah,
you
we'll
know.
Why did you agree to do it?
To help him out.
Yeah, but you could have done that in a number of ways.
Well, he hit me up. I thought it'd be a fun thing to try out.
He goes, hey, do you get tips?
Yeah. But I don't know how much.
Okay.
I mean, that depends on my service. But I know enough about. I've watched a lot of Bar Rescue, so it should be fine.
You are not going to like this at all.
God, did you even know that show is still on?
Oh, it is?
Yes, I saw a promo for the new season of Bar Rescue. I'm like, oh my God, that show is still on.
Well, the thing is, Mary, if I don't like it, I'll just quit.
Look at that.
It's that easy.
Well, their website says that every other Wednesday they have celebrity bartending.
Mm-hmm. They had
so tonight that'll be you.
Super Pimp a couple weeks ago.
How's he doing?
I don't know. I wasn't there. But I'm sure he's great.
You didn't hear any reports or anything?
I mean,
Did he wear his salmon suit behind the bar?
They said it went well. They said it was a good night. So I always got things going on. And
I like Mike. I haven't seen that guy in a long time. Well, what time will you be?
7 to 11.
That's a long shift, homie.
I know, man.
7 to 11?
By 8:30.
I was going to say he's going to make it 97 minutes. Well, but you might haul in some tips. Wow.
Mary has no faith in me.
I don't. Not for this.
I think she's projecting how much she didn't like bartending.
I loved bartending.
That's because you were hammered.
No, we weren't allowed to drink on the clock.
Nobody's,
No,
they
but
all because bars always follow that. They're never doing shots with
I worked
customers.
for corporate bars up until my very last bartending job. I worked for like major corporations.
No, I understand, but it's not like the VP is there behind the bar with you. I mean,
no, but they were super strict.
Were they at Winking
Yes.
Lizard?
Dude, the thing, I mean, I know you've worked in the service industry before, but like there is not a corner of a bar or restaurant that I've ever worked at that is not under video surveillance.
Oh, now,
Like,
yeah,
except the
okay.
bathrooms.
Back in the day, it wasn't like that.
But it is like I think our bar area had like 6 or 7 cameras on it because we had 3 cash registers. So there's cameras at every cash register.
Yeah, okay.
And then like there's nowhere that you can get away with anything
Right.
in like really corporate places like that.
Yeah, okay.
But I loved bartending. I was great at it. I loved the rush. I liked all the people and like the fun. Like Browns games, sure, you're busy as hell, but
Racking some money.
enjoyed talking to people and like being busy. But I don't think Bill likes either of those things.
I never bartended. I bar backed like 100 years ago, but it was like I just didn't want to bartend. I didn't drink. It didn't look like fun. Like, I was always a waiter. I was like, people who do that, who are really good at it and enjoy it, I'm like, they should obviously be back there.
It's more social, I think, than waiting tables. It's more relaxed. The people are there aren't necessarily eating. They might just be having a couple drinks.
Yeah.
Or maybe just one drink in and out kind
Waiting
of thing.
tables is kind of keeping the trains running on time. And
It's a little more formal.
yeah.
Yeah. But no, I do not think Bill's going to enjoy this one bit.
I don't know why you would say that. I
Because
bet
he
he will
doesn't
have.
like
I bet he'll have
people.
fun. Huh?
He doesn't like people.
He's
or
a performer.
crowds.
It's just
It doesn't
performing.
matter. And
It
then
doesn't
also
matter?
It's also something he's never done before. So the process of making a drink.
What if he loves it?
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be making like Manhattan.
I was going to say,
What if someone
most
orders
I'm
one?
going to be cracking beers. If someone orders a Manhattan tonight, then someone will make it for them.
Somebody
but probably
else will
not
make
me.
it.
It's not like I'm all by myself.
Bill's going to be beer and shot. Most bars are
Yeah.
like beer and shot places, right?
Right.
People aren't like, can I get 15 redheaded sluts? I mean, most places are not like that.
And there's a Cavs game on, so 2.5 hours of it, I'm just going to be like, Cavs game, huh? Yeah. What do you think? You think we can do something? You think I don't know how to small talk at a bar?
I didn't. No. It's different when you're behind the bar. And I'm also thinking about like
Right, but I
previous
don't-
jobs I've had.
But I don't have
where
to
it's
be
busy.
a regular bartender. I have to be Bill Squire.
I get that.
So
but Bill Squire doesn't like people.
Well, we might be talking tomorrow about a new Bill Squire.
We might be.
And what's the matter with that? Maybe he'll find a new facet of his personality.
What I don't like, though, is I don't like a bar, like, I don't want to go too forward and have to, like, squeeze through a bunch of people. But people sitting at a bar watching a game where I don't think they're going to be like, hey, like, I don't mind doing service. Like, that's fine. I can serve people, get them their drinks, answer questions they may have. They want to take a picture, that's fine. Like, I'm not so anti-person that I'm like, oh, take your beer, you piece of crap.
I'm not saying you would do
Really
that.
helping your friend's establishment out.
I'm thinking about it. You're right. This is a one-off thing. I'm thinking about it from a decade in service industry where people have problems with everything. My beer isn't cold enough. There's too much ice in this drink. This drink tastes watered down. I want an extra shot. Don't charge me for my extra shot. Why was my extra shot $4? Like, I feel
And
like
again, this is a very
service industry-
different experience when you are the celebrity bartender. They go,
You think people aren't going to complain to you?
if
they won't.
Here's the thing. If they complain to me, go, I'm just here for the night. I don't know what I'm doing.
Mary, you're
so
talking.
what do you want
You're
me
talking
to
about
do?
a high volume situation. That's
How do we know this isn't going to be a high volume situation? Is my point.
Maybe it will be.
I mean,
You're assuming 3 people are going to come hang and watch a show.
Well, no.
Or watch the Cavs game at a bar.
It's probably
If
going to
you
be
get-
somewhere in the middle.
If you get 3 deep at this bar, I wish I was home to see.
But you're not back there alone either.
It doesn't
All right, come
matter.
get 3 deep at the bar so Mary can have her. So Mary can have her cake and eat it too.
I'm shocked that this is something you agreed to. This doesn't seem like anything I would ever see you doing.
Well,
I guess he's
You
full
can't
of
put me in a
surprises.
box.
Yeah, he contains multitudes.
That's fine.
I'm gonna be the best bartender ever.
was gonna say,
also,
man,
you
she
don't
doesn't-
even know. I've been watching so much Cheers.
That doesn't do anything.
I'm so ready. I'm gonna probably fall in love with a girl. It's gonna be on again, off again. Sam and Diane situation. Although I am now into the Rebecca years.
Yeah.
So that's a whole different.
That was pretty
dynamic.
good too, though.
Yeah. No, she's Kirstie Alley's
super foxy,
but like such a different presence on the show that it's a little jarring. But I'm enjoying her on it.
Mary doesn't want you to spread your wings.
It's not about spreading.
What if
my
I fall in love
I've
with
known
bartending?
him- No.
I got the bar rack over my shoulder, just being like, "Yeah, tell me about your problems."
Refuse to believe. If it goes how you think it's gonna go, and there's a mild rush of opening beer bottles, then yes, I think that you'll enjoy it. But I think that you're someone who can get overwhelmed pretty quickly, and if it is
What are you
busy,
talking about? I have dealt with
Bill,
everything all the time.
It is not the same when people are paying you for a service.
Right, but again, I am the celebrity bartender, and also I think you think I get more overwhelmed Like after the fact, it's one thing, but like in the moment, like I can handle it.
Anytime you and I are ever anywhere in a crowd, you are the first person 15 minutes in to be like, I want to go home. Let's
Right,
leave.
because I don't want to be on that side of the crowd. But if I'm behind the bar and they're all
There's
there.
a barrier. There's a natural barrier.
But they're all there to see my bartending skills. That's going to make me feel wonderful.
Okay. I hope you love it.
You sound like you don't want him to love
No, I hope that he does. I don't think that he will.
I'm gonna open a bar tomorrow just to show you.
Do it. Open a Spite bar, please.
Yeah, like at the Spite coffee place and a Spite bar. Call it Mary's.
I just don't think that you have the personality to be a bartender.
Mike in Parma says, just don't order 2 fingers of anything from Bill.
You might be getting 3.
Hey, that might be solid advice. Alan, you were bartenders are building cocktails. You were building tableside Caesars. Yeah, that is true. I had people complimenting my tableside Caesar salad, but it is very different. Nobody's getting drunk on Caesar dressing. What if he comes back tomorrow, Mary, and he's like, it was fantastic. They want to bring me on part-time.
I hope that it does turn out that way.
I don't
hope
got
you have
time.
the best time, and it's going to be so much fun and super chill. I hope that that's the case.
Yeah.
This is just not ever. I never thought that this would be.
Again, it's not like
Something
I'm
you would
working
do.
at a bar forever.
I'm not saying that you are.
It's just one night.
It's 4 hours.
4 hours is, it's a long time. I get it. It's going to be okay, though.
That is a long time.
I also
4
think
hours.
it's crazy to think that like a Wednesday is going to get 3 deep at the bar.
I don't know. I've never been to this place. If it's a brand new place, you're on the radio, right? I mean, it's not like you have a small following.
That's why he wants you there.
I get it, but you're telling everybody to go to this place.
Yeah.
You're helping your friend out. Your friend's probably promoting it too. They might be doing drink specials. There's a very real chance it could be super busy.
Good.
There's also a very
That's what
real
we want.
chance it could be 4 people.
That's what we want. And also, like I said, I'm not going to be the only bartender there. So there's going to be seasoned bartenders. I'm just
and
a
you're
little
just gonna
dash
be
of.
getting in their way, and they're going to be pissed at you.
They know, but they are going to be happy that there's all those people there because they're going to make a lot more money tonight.
Okay. I hope it's the best night.
I
of your
have,
life.
you know what? I did do a celebrity bartending thing for the Metro Parks once at some fundraiser, and I'll be honest, I crushed that.
Okay.
Again, it's a sports bar.
Okay.
It's not going to be Manhattans or like fancy cocktails.
Sure.
And I know enough. Like I know a pour. Like I'm not great at it, but I can figure it out.
What's
and
a
that's gonna be
pour?
part of it. Like
What do you mean a pour? Like how to pour a beer?
Like no, like how to like a shot, like an ounce and a half.
Uh-huh.
Like you're
Just
counting
use a
everything.
jigger.
Yeah.
Well, unless you never know. You're supposed to use a jigger.
I don't know if I can say that word. Jigga.
Ellen, why is Mary prepping Bill like he's on SEAL Team 6, getting ready to take down Bin Laden?
Because I know Bill very well. That's why. And I would never have put this person with this task. That's all.
But that's
all.
why. Because
I
I'm
hope
a
it's
celebrity, and now I'm doing a job of
You're right.
a non-celebrity.
I'll tell you what, you think he's going to zig, and he zags.
He might.
Yeah.
I'd be like, this was the most fun I've ever had. I love people. I love crowds.
Right.
Again, like, I don't like being in the crowd. But on the other side of the bar, I actually like that way more.
Okay.
Well, I hope that it goes well.
Thanks, Alan. Thanks for believing in me.
I said I hope it goes well.
You do not, though. I can see. I know you well enough. I know you well enough. Don't act like you're like this is a one-way street.
I hope you have a great
I can see.
time.
I know.
You're going to panic and
No.
leave by 8:30.
By the way, tomorrow, Bill, is a must-lie situation, right?
Oh,
Whatever
so much
happens.
fun.
Yeah,
It was
the
the
best.
I made $30,000. It was incredible. He
bought a
just
new
gave
car
me
with my
He just
tips.
signed the bar over to me.
Hey, I got a break. You want to send a text 35192. AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch. We'll have a brand new Poundcake sports break for you a little bit later on, a little closer to 5:30. And you can listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Jeffrey, if you had gone to college, what fraternity would you have joined?
I don't know, probably something that's like into aeronautics and stuff like that, because I'm into airplanes and aviation history and stuff.
Well, what's the airplane fanatic fraternity?
The crux of what I'm trying to say is I know for a fact I'm not fraternity material.
Crappa Delta?
Okay, Doogie. How about Phi 4 Head Phi? For you. That'd be a great sorority for you.
Rover's Morning Glory. Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Raising Cane's, marinated and hand-battered chicken fingers served fresh and hot. One love.
It's back.
Our best sale of the year is here. All loans, all terms, all on sale. Remodel your kitchen? Check. Roof repairs? Check. Consolidate your debt for more affordable monthly payments? Check. Now is the time to make it happen with budget-friendly borrowing options tailored to your needs. But hurry, the Dollar Bank loan sale ends March 30th. Save big at dollar.bank/loan sale. Dollar Bank. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Daylight savings means fuel savings at GetGo Cafe and Market. Save 50 cents per gallon when you use MyPerks Pay Direct, Advantage Pay, or the MyPerks Pay Rewards Visa credit card. This Thursday through Sunday only, simply enroll for MyPerks Pay Direct at gianteagle.com/pay. Scan your Advantage card at the pump, fill up, save 50 cents per gallon. Learn about the MyPerks Pay Rewards Visa credit card at gianteagle.com/pay. March 7th through 10th at GetGo Cafe and Market. Better, believe it. Available at participating GetGo locations while supplies last.
Win a trip to Vegas and compete for a chance to win $10,000 in the Bud Light Mini Hoops Finals Tournament. Qualify for your chance to win by registering at WMMS.com or by participating in a Mini Hoops Challenge event near you. Visit WMMS.com for locations and all the details.
Some people just know bundling with Allstate means big savings. Just like they know the right ingredient means big flavor. They know honey on pizza is where it's at. And olive oil on ice cream is the cherry on top. And they know when you bundle home and auto with Allstate, you can save up to 25%.
Bundled savings vary by state and are not available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings off the home policy. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, it's Alan. Your time is important. No matter what your age or stage in life, like me, you're busy. That's why you should donate your car to Cars for Kids right now. Cars for Kids offers hassle-free, quick pickup to every donor, so you save precious time, and you can fill out the online form easily at carsforkids.org. They'll send somebody over the next day to tow away that old or unusable car. Cars for Kids is hands down the quickest, fastest way to get rid of your car. Do a good thing, and you won't lose any time from your schedule doing it. Go to carsforkids.org today, and remember, that's cars with a K.
Tired of overpaying for wireless with Verizon? Now you can put T-Mobile to the test for free. T-Mobile's Network Pass lets you test drive America's largest 5G network for 3 months while you keep your current phone and carrier. Get real-time stats and see how T-Mobile's coverage stacks up against Verizon. Plus, families and small businesses can save up to 20% versus Verizon when they switch. At T-Mobile, you don't have to choose between a great network and a great price. You get both. See for yourself with our no-strings-attached 3-month free trial. Download the T-Mobile app to get started today or visit our store to learn more.
One trial per user. Compatible unlock 5G device required. Plan savings with T-Mobile third line free on Essentials or Go 5G Plus via monthly bill credits versus comparable available plans. Plan features and taxes and fees may vary. Credits stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Mr. Hero's new Bud's value menu has everyone craving to try one. And what if I told you that you can get the bacon cheeseburger Bud for just $1 with any sandwich purchase? I know, sounds too good to be true.
I crave the hero.
Tracy, over to you for weather.
The sun must be shining, Dave, because the 7 for 7 sale is back at Meijer. Mix or match hundreds of items like extra large avocados, Kraft macaroni and cheese, and Dan Greek yogurt. Pick any 7 for just $7. There's a strong chance of saving with the same quality Meijer deals in-store or online. Back to you, Dave.
Sounds great, Tracy.
Deals so good, you've just got to talk about them. Meijer. Exclusions apply. See all the deals in the Meijer app.
Coming up tonight.
Holding the basket right around the big man. He throws it down.
Cavaliers Live tips off our coverage, followed by all the action with our expert analysts. Don't miss the Cavs tonight at 7 on Bally Sports or stream in the app.
Hey, it's Alan for Window Nation. So it's March. It's a critical time. You know, not quite winter, not yet spring, but a great time to check the integrity of your windows under all kinds of inclement weather. If any of the windows in your home cracked, maybe they leak, maybe they won't open or they won't stay open, time to call the pros at Window Nation. Right now, for every 2 windows you buy, they'll give you 2 for free. Want to redo your whole home with Window Nation windows? They'll throw in Cavs tickets for you, too. Even better, you pay them nothing for 2 years. Nothing down, no monthly, 0% interest. WindowNation.com, the best place to start, or call them. Give them my name, 866-90-NATION. Your Window Nation windows could be expertly installed in a day or less. They come with a lifetime warranty, and you can join the thousands of other homeowners, including Casa Cox, who've trusted Window Nation for their homes. Window Nation will give you 2 windows for every 2 you buy, and no payments for 24 months. Do that whole house, get those Cavs tickets in there as well. 866-90-NATION. A call, say Alan Cox told me all about it, or go to windownation.com.
iHeartRadio wants you to see Rob Zombie and Alice Cooper live in the city of your choice. We'll handle everything. Plus, you'll meet them both. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and listen to classic hard rock radio for your chance to win. Get tickets at livenation.com.
To thank you for 40 unforgettable years, Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 13 Plus, powered by Intel Core processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories.
Live at South by Southwest. We'll honor the very best in podcasting from the past year and celebrate the most innovative talent and creators in the industry. Watch Monday night, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel.
Presented by The Hartford Small Business Insurance. Learn more or start a quote at thehartford.com/small business. With insurance designed for your small business, the Bucks got your back.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Girls, this is your opportunity right here. A nice boy, let me tell you that.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, from out of state. Tell me where. I like to make sure you're on our map. Bureau Chiefs. Aaron listens in Dublin, California. Matt's in Orlando. Justin's in Honolulu. And we have a lot of Bureau Chiefs in Las Vegas. Got my buddy Sean out there. Jason's there. Christine is in Vegas. Somebody sent me the story. We're talking about the Bellagio fountains last week. Poundcake wanted to know where the water came from and where it went. Because they're always on. They've got their own 20 million gallon pool or something, and it just cycles that water through. I've been to Vegas. Those Bellagio fountains are a tourist attraction in their own right, but they shut them off because there's a rare bird that is in the water there. And so they shut off the Bellagio fountain. They were probably happy to do it. They'd probably give them an opportunity to maybe, I don't know, check the thing out or something. But somebody discovered that a yellow-billed loon, you birders in Northeast Ohio might know it. It's one of the top 10 rarest birds in the entire United States. Has been floating on the fountain waters, just the still waters there of the Bellagio fountain in Las Vegas. And so people who are going by there, because they have a schedule of those, you've seen people, push their friggin' kids in strollers in 107-degree heat just to see these dumb fountains. But they have a regular schedule of when they do them. And because that bird was there in the water, they turned the Bellagio fountains off. And so they're working with the Nevada state wildlife officials to figure that whole thing out.
For how long? Until they get the birds out?
Until they get the bird out, yeah. I think they've grabbed it since then. But they turned the water off. I don't know who spotted it or who. I don't know how the thing was discovered, but they determined that that's what it was. And so they got some local biologist out there or something, and they're like, the bird's fine. It's in good health. It just ended up in the waters there at the Bellagio, and so they shut the fountains off. You'd be mad, Cody?
Corey!
Yes, Corey would be pretty angry.
Sorry, I do another show with a Corey.
He's being mean to you.
What, you'd be mad?
Yes, because if I traveled to Las Vegas, because that was one of the things we had, that was a must-see when we went to Vegas. We had to go to the Bellagio fountain. So if we flew all over and waited on a bus for hours and then get in front of this fountain and they're like, no, sorry, there's a stupid bird in there. No one's there to see the bird. They want to see the fountains and sing to, I think it was John Legend, or they play a John Legend song.
But this bird, this yellow loon, they said, is one of the top 10 rarest birds in the United States. That holds no interest for you.
You think he cares?
It doesn't look
I'm
that
asking.
yellow. I'm looking at the bill now, and it doesn't look that yellow.
How yellow does it need to be?
It looks like skin tone-ish. It doesn't look yellow.
Okay, but it is. What the hell does that have to do with anything?
If it were more yellow, he would feel better.
Yeah, it just looks like a regular bird.
That thing better be canary yellow.
How did they find that out? How did they know that?
That's what I don't know.
It was some birder who was on vacation and was like, oh my God, that's a yellow-breasted whooper.
Somebody let somebody know.
Conspiracy. Someone, they wanted to save money, but they needed a reason to turn off the fountain, so someone
money. The Bellagio's really hurting.
So, anybody can save, $20,000, $50,000 it would take to run that for a day. So someone got a bird. They're like, let's just put a bird in there. And we'll say that's the reason why we shut off the fountains for a couple days.
Yeah, I have a feeling it'd be real hard to do that since there are thousands of people always walking by that area. I don't know how you could quietly insert a rare bird into the Bellagio fountain show.
But underground tunnel.
Mm-hmm.
Underground bird tunnel, yeah.
Underground bird tunnel.
My sisters and I are going back to Vegas at the end of the month.
Oh, my God.
For my one sister's birthday.
Oh, good for you.
The three of us have not been on a trip together since the tragic Hawaii trip last year.
Why tragic?
Do you not remember how terrible that vacation
was? Oh, yeah,
went?
that was a bad time.
I don't remember, no.
Man, my one sister and I got into 3 different screaming matches and didn't talk for 6 months.
Okay. All righty.
So we're all going out in 19 days. We're going to go out to Vegas for 3 days and see. It's my younger sister's birthday. She wanted to go to Vegas, so that's what we're doing.
Proud of you, because you don't shy away from drunk activities, even though you're sober. Good for you. Because Vegas, even my mom had a great time, and she's not a partier.
Well, it was funny because my younger sister's been wanting to go for a while. And then from when I went back in September for that festival, when I took my dad's ashes and everything, the casinos still send me free hotels and like money for the slot machines in free play every single month.
Oh, yeah, they want you to be a high roller.
Well, so when I looked through it, I was like, we're getting our hotel stay for free, a 3-day stay for free. And then I have $500 in free play at 2 different hotels. So $1,000 in free play and a free place to stay. So I was like, really, we just got to pay for our flights and then, food once we're there.
And you don't need more than 3 days in Vegas.
No.
You don't need more than 3 days.
No, they were talking about going for a whole week. And
No
I was
way.
like, no, we're going to go Monday and we're going to come home Thursday. Trust me, that's enough.
More than enough.
Yeah. So looking forward to that.
Alan, what kind of goddamn toddler thinks some jumpy water is more interesting than one of God's rarest flying creatures?
Me.
Poundcake.
Me? Yeah, I'm the immature
Well,
toddler.
birds aren't real anyway, so that's a yellow-billed
it's a very
drone.
rare
It's a
drone.
rare drone. Yeah. Is Mary going to go to the Hoover Dam?
I don't think we're going to do anything because we're there 3 days. So we're staying
In the city.
in the city. We're going to do.
And there's nothing to see.
Well, we're going to go to a show. My sister really likes Carrie Underwood, and she's got a residency there. So we might go see Carrie Underwood. We have a fancy dinner reservation on that Monday, which is my sister's actual birthday. So the day we get in, we'll probably be pretty chill. We'll just change and get ready and then go to dinner and maybe gamble a little bit. And then I think we're walking the Strip one day. And then...
Where's your fancy dinner?
So I don't even remember. I'd have to check the reservation. It's at one of the hotels. So we actually have reservations at 2 different hotels because I was like, one's on the Strip and one's on Fremont Street, and they're both free. So I just am going to check into both, and then depending on where we are, we'll have a place to stay. Because why not?
Well,
You know?
What I was saying is there's nothing to see with the Hoover Dam. You would waste your time. Like, it's, I think, an hour, 2 hours out of the city or something like that. It's a couple hours out of the city. And you would literally stand
we don't
there
have
for
a car either.
Okay, I didn't know what you had, but you would be standing there for 5 minutes. You'd be like, "Whoop, saw the Hoover Dam," and then you go back and see how depressing it is. It was really kind of a, ugh.
Barry's downtown.
It's a modern marvel of construction and architecture, Pound.
But it's not holding up anything. That would be like seeing.
You know how many
holding
men
up water.
died constructing the Hoover Dam?
No.
Yeah.
We're having dinner at Barry's Downtown Prime Steaks and Cocktails.
Pardon me. Well.
Dress code is business upscale. No gym wear, no tank tops, no flip-flops, no swimwear. No exposed undergarments, Alan. Yeah. So I'm excited.
No exposed undergarments. I thought an interesting, one of our sales guys sent me a while ago, he heard the sum of, we were talking about Poundcake going to the Hoover Dam, and he sent me like a kind of a piece of trivia. He said that the very first guy who died during the construction of the Hoover Dam, his son was the very last person to die during the construction of the Hoover Dam. They were on the same project.
Well, damn.
Father and son both died. A lot of people asking me who pooped in Mary's Cheerios, by the way.
What the hell did I do?
At her reaction to Bill doing
I feel like
his...
it's a very normal reaction to have, knowing who Bill is. And again, I said I hope you have a good time.
But I'm out socializing with people almost every single night, right?
But you're not, though.
But I
You're
am.
socializing with 2 or 3 people that you like.
No.
No, what most people do?
I run comedy shows every night.
Okay, but you're also running a comedy show. So
Right.
you're not, everyone has to be quiet and pay attention.
Right, but
So
you
you're not
understand,
really
like,
socializing.
it's not like I get there and I'm like, everybody be quiet while I'm here. Like, I get to the bar. Like, I have friends at the bar. I'm building an audience
He
there. So
tells
I'm,
the manager,
like,
hey, they need to not look me in the eye.
everybody that is in the bar, I'm like talking to them, like, hey, come watch the show. Like, I'm doing all sorts of socializing all the time.
You're just a little social butterfly. It's your favorite activity.
I never said that. I'm saying I can do it.
I'm not
And
saying
I'm
you
very
can't
good
do it.
at
I'm saying you don't like it.
I'm good at it.
I never said you weren't. I said it's not something you enjoy, which is why I was surprised by
But
this
again,
choice.
you're taking a very specific kind of socializing that I don't like and applying it to all social situations.
Because that's, from my experience as a bartender, the type of socializing you do not like is most of that job.
And I think maybe I'm a different person than
Maybe.
Then, you don't.
And again, I can't say it enough. I hope you have the best time ever.
I can't say it enough. You do not.
I'm telling you, I do. I hope you have such a great time. I'm just very surprised that this was something that you agreed to do.
Hey, Mary, what the hell? Leave the man alone. He's going to go and he's going to bartend. He's going to have a good time. It's a damn Wednesday and it's rainy. Ain't nobody really coming out like that. It's cold. It was 70 degrees yesterday, homegirl. It's like 30 today. You gonna do just fine, Mary. Stop being a party pooper.
Not being a party pooper.
Is that Cletus Spuckler? Who was
I don't know
that?
what that was.
Hey, Maul! Get off the dang roof!
It's cold out here.
Not allowed to express a difference in opinion?
Hey, Maul! Get off the dang roof!
Yes, of course you are.
I thought this was America.
This is a free exchange of ideas. You're putting the mayor in America.
Right.
Hells yes.
And if you want to see me in my more natural environment, I'll be in Lorraine on Saturday. BillSquire.com.
Bill will be the bartender version of the soup Nazi. Order your drink, put your head down, move to the left.
Yeah.
And don't complain if you don't get bread.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have bread at the bar. All right. Well, I think it's going to be very exciting.
I think it's going to be fun. And I think, it is rainy and cold out, so we'll see what we get. But I think it's going to be a good time.
Mm-hmm.
I know for sure a few people have hit me up, and they're going to be out there, so I think it'll be a good time. Again, I'm just there to get people in there.
He's just out there to be a cool guy.
They got bartenders, some very hot bartenders from what I've seen, that will do the heavy
that's
lifting.
what got you in there.
No.
That's now the final piece of the puzzle falls into play.
I agreed.
I'm just doing a friend a solid.
I agreed before I even saw anybody.
There it is. Now you think he's going to have a bad time, Mary?
I don't know what he's going to have.
He's going to have a great time.
I think so, too.
You can't even say it without laughing.
Mary, why you bugging?
Hey, Ricardo.
Hey, Alan, how are you?
How are you?
Good. Mr. Bill?
Hey, how's it going? What can I get for you?
Going. Hey, I just wanted to give Bill a couple pointers. I bartended a few years, and as negative Mary's just jumping all over his parade, I want to give you a couple of tips so you can multiply those tips.
All right.
First of all, don't forget your bottle opener, wine key combo. Make sure you know where it's at all times. You're gonna need it.
I'm going to do it all with my teeth.
And then on your teeth, you're going to have a toothpick at all times.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
All right.
Then your rag is your best friend. Make sure you have a backup. And you wipe in front of the customer before they even sit.
I see that's going to be tough because my rag's in New York City now.
Yeah. I know. Anyway. so yeah, and then remember, the peanuts are for the guest. Okay?
I don't even think they have peanuts there, so that should be a slam dunk there.
Yeah, bars don't have like peanuts anymore, right? Bar mix and things like that. I mean,
pretzels. And
you can go to GFS and buy a giant.
Your own. Yeah, bring your own.
Oh, that's a good idea. There you go. That's how I make my mark. I got some peanuts here in my pocket. You want any?
Will you be wearing? Will you be wearing an apron behind the bar?
I don't think so. I don't know. I don't know if there's
like Coach.
If you can get a hold of one, do it.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, good luck, and share the story with us. You're on. Love you guys.
All right, thank you, Ricardo. Appreciate it. Will you play the harmonica tonight at all? Will you bring a harp?
Oh, well, I'd have to learn how to play it.
I mean, you don't play. You play the kazoo.
I got my kazoo.
You don't play the harp. You don't get no tang. You know that.
I'm not trying to get no tang. I'm just trying to serve some drinks and some food.
Come on. All right. Because at some point, people are going to expect more from you than just slinging drinks.
Why would they expect more?
Because you're Bill Squire.
That's why they should expect less.
All right. Well, you might be onto something there.
Let the Cavs do the heavy lifting tonight.
Mm-hmm. In Atlanta. You know, they call it Hotlanta.
Yep.
Yeah. Sometimes it's referred to as the ATL. You know, up here it's the CLE.
Mm-hmm.
Well, down there they do the ATL. And those are the first three letters in Atlanta. Or they call it the 404. You know, like Hoes in different area codes. Mary knows that song.
Nope.
What?
What?
You don't know the Hoes in area code song?
I've never heard that.
Because Ludacris is from Hotlanta?
Oh, no. What's that about?
And that's, huh?
Is that about watering?
Yeah, it's right, yes. 404, 770, 406, 302.
Passionate about irrigation.
I'm sorry?
He's passionate about irrigation?
Well, who isn't? Yeah, quite frankly. HOSE is what you're thinking, yes. Hose in different area codes.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's how he got that State Farm commercial where the kitchen is overflowing. They were like, we need somebody who is passionate about irrigation. Yeah. We got the Poundcake sports break ahead of you. Are you passionate about sports breaks? Because he's got one. Cocked, locked, and ready to rock, Doc, around 5:30. And if you want to get to that Titanic exhibit in Columbus down at COSI, I got a 4-pack of tickets for you after the break to get you down there.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards. Coming back to Fox Monday, April 1st. Get ready to win your way there to see Justin Timberlake, Green Day, TLC, Jelly Roll, Lainey Wilson, Tate McRae, and a special musical tribute to this year's iHeart Icon Award recipient, Cher. Our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
I'm honored to be here. Thanks for letting me live my dream.
Win your way there to see these superstar performances and so much more at iHeartRadio.com/awards.
Otezla Apremolast is a proud partner of the iHeartRadio Music Awards, a celebration of artists and the fans who got them there. The fans who make the music truly come alive through their energy and positive vibes. To the fans that make live music possible, we salute you.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Tonight, patchy drizzle down to 37. Tomorrow, decreasing clouds, high of 48. Friday, mostly cloudy, chance of rain. Friday's high, 62.
This report is sponsored by Pella Windows and Doors.
Planning a spring makeover for your home? Then call Pella and get the windows rated #1 by Northeast Ohio homeowners. Take 50% off installation or pay nothing for 24 months. 877-98-PELLA, PellaCleveland.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
Hey, Mackenzie here. If you've been looking for a car, truck, or SUV that's in stock and ready for immediate delivery, you'll find it today at Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer. With 23 brands, 50 locations, and over 6,000 new and used vehicles in stock, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at the perfect price. For the location nearest you, visit KenGanleyAuto.com. Ken Ganley, we drive Ohio.
Every sandwich has bread, every burger has a bun, but these warm, golden, smooth steam buns, these are special, reserved for the very best. The Filet-O-Fish, and you can have them too.
Now mix and match your Filet-O-Fish 10-piece nuggets and McCrispy. Buy one, get one for $1 at McDonald's. Price and participation may vary. Limited time only. Valid for item of equal or lesser value. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Kia of Streetsboro, 99 cents get you driving. Kia of Streetsboro, 99 cents down. Kia of Streetsboro, stop in and see how much you'll save. Kia of Streetsboro, Kia of Streetsboro.com.
Hey Cleveland, Kia of Streetsboro is bringing the heat and unleashing crazy savings, like $12,000 off a 2023 Kia EV6. And hey, if an adventure-ready SUV is more your speed, get $7,000 off a 2023 Sorento or $4,000 off a 2024 Kia Sportage. And if you really want to watch those savings soar, trade in your current ride. Plus, they've got financing from 0.9%. Oh, you hear that? That's your dream car calling, Cleveland. Get to Kia of Streetsboro or scope deals 24/7 at KiaofStreetsboro.com. Seize the road at Kia of Streetsboro, where the thrill begins.
Kia of Streetsboro, Kia of Streetsboro.com.
Residency restrictions apply. See dealer for additional details. Win a trip to Vegas and compete for a chance to win $10,000 in the Bud Light Mini Hoops Finals Tournament. Qualify for your chance to win by registering at WMMS.com or by participating in a Mini Hoops Challenge event near you. Visit WMMS.com for locations and all the details.
Stained returns live in concert.
It's been a while.
Friday, May 17th, MGM Northfield Park. Stained.
sound on the live stream. There you are. Why is Mary being a Debbie Downer?
I'm not being a Debbie Downer.
I think she made herself pretty clear. I don't want to speak for her. I don't want to. Well, I will. I'll mansplain to everybody.
Please explain.
No. You made yourself clear.
Yeah.
And there's no point in belaboring that. You have a thing tonight? You out tonight?
Yes, I have one spot tonight at 9:05.
Were you
the
out?
show starts at 8.
Were you out last night?
I was out last night. I had 3 last night. And then one tonight, and I think I have one tomorrow. I don't know. Today is a desk nap day because.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because the show's at 8, so that's not enough time to go back and come back. I mean, my spot's not till 9:05, but literally it's like half a mile from work. So it would be like going home to drop off my stuff to come right back to where I am. So today I'm probably going to get a slice of pizza and take a desk nap.
Will you use the remainder of the pizza as a pillow?
There will be no remainder.
You'll eat that whole pillow.
Correct.
Alan, just because Poundcake is an uncultured dingus, tons of people go to the Hoover Dam to see and tour an engineering marvel. Also, I'm an ecologist. I know about 30 ornithologists in and around the Vegas area. I'm sure that the Bellagio consulted with one of them to positively identify that bird, that yellow-billed loon that found itself on the water at the Bellagio fountain there in Vegas, and subsequently the hotel turned the fountains off so that they could extract one of the 10 rarest birds in the United States, which I think is interesting. And I have a feeling, because Vegas has so many amazing restaurants, that bird will probably be delicious.
I don't think you can cook
And go
rare
for
birds.
And go for top dollar. You don't think so?
I think there's probably laws.
Oh. All right, fine. Then forget I said anything. You can leave messages for us in the after hours line. Corey in Tarpon Springs dropped a message.
Alan, I was thinking about you. That's why I called. More so about the chip challenge coming up. Super excited. Can't wait. But I'd almost be nervous on your behalf that Mr. Bill Squire might try to throw some wacky curveballs your way. Obviously, you've got the 3 trivia questions. Now, it's are you smarter than a 5th grader level trivia, something a little common knowledge, maybe confused. He's not going to ask you some cockamamie like if the circumference is equal to the distance of friction, then what is the resistance of composure? I would just hope he doesn't try to jam me up. You might want to nail down the specifics on those questions. Like, what color is a banana?
They're not.
I mean, I would just want more clarity on that.
Color is
Hey,
a
man,
banana.
I know I've been rambling. I appreciate you taking time to listen to me.
I won't lie to you. I completely forgot that there's a trivia component.
I'm not paying attention to that.
I have a feeling
have
my
to.
Well, we have to because we're going to be asked.
You don't get to drink your drink until
I'm
you get the
not burning
questions
the inner
right.
lining of my stuff because
I
right.
completely forgot about that component.
These questions are not going to be that crazy.
As crazy as what color is a banana?
The funny thing is that they're pretty. They're not super hard, but what's going to be you're going to be so distracted by how hot your mouth is that you're like, I can't answer this. It'll be fine.
And the thing is, Poundcake, under normal circumstances, I have a super hot mouth.
That's what everybody says.
That's what I'm
There goes
saying.
old hot mouth.
Yeah.
Sure, that'll be the topic of conversation tonight. How's Alan? How hot is Alan's mouth really?
Very. Thank you very much. White hot. Yeah, I had thank you, Corey. I had completely forgotten about that component of it. That we won't be able to, whatever we bring in, whether it's Mary might be going the dairy route. I think I'll be going the yogurt route. I guess that's also dairy, but, milk or whatever. That we can't do that until we answer the question. Forgot about that. And that's after each question, we get 3?
You have to answer 3 questions.
Because we each have an hour.
Yeah. So
okay.
I'll ask you a question.
Yeah.
And if you get it right, then you got to get 3.
This is all in the midst of trying
Yeah.
to do a show, by the way, too.
This is going to be that's what's going to make it more entertaining.
I can't take I'm not going to do an hour of me going, oh boy, that's hot.
Well, then get your question right.
Yeah. Well, that's the funny thing about, the whole "Are you smarter than a 5th grader" thing. And obviously that show bore that out, but it sounds so silly because grown-ups are like, oh, I know. But you forget all of the arcane things you learn in the 5th grade that immediately go out of your brain by the time you're an adult. And so you end up with a lot of grown-ups that look really stupid. If, Bill, you could, small request, if you could confine it to the realm of things like, what color is a banana?
All right.
Boy, I would appreciate
Here's
that.
an example of a question I'm going to ask. What is the capital of Russia?
Moscow.
St. Petersburg. Vladivostok.
Mary is correct.
All right.
Could I
get
be
a drink.
pregonate? How do I know if I'm prengan? What is the best time to sex to become pregnant?
Moscow is the capital of Russia.
Yeah. So like I said, nothing crazy, but I think with the added pressure of the one chip, it's going to make it more entertaining.
So if we get it wrong, you ask us another question before
You
eat
have to
2
get
more
3
chips.
right.
Yeah.
Or are we getting 3 questions to get 1 right? I thought we had to get 3 right.
Yeah, you have to get 3 right.
I can't have a spoonful of my yogurt until I get 3 questions right.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Because I've forgotten all about this component of it, so I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page with this. Okay. Give me another one.
Just an example?
Yeah.
All right, this one's a little harder. In colonial America, what was the Sugar Act?
A tax on sugar. Sugar cane had to be colonial America was the Sugar Act.
You up?
Taxes?
This is a harder one. This will be
Yeah,
on
no
a harder
doy.
level. Yeah. A tax on molasses and wine.
What?
Nobody knew I got that one.
But that's
a tax on molasses and wine.
All right,
Yeah,
here's
I'm
one
not
that's
gonna-
not quite that level.
Uh-huh.
That you'll have the Tropic of Capricorn lies in which hemisphere?
Southern.
Correct.
All right. Well, okay.
Oh, I got some of these that I'm going to definitely
Yeah, okay.
like tailor to
guess
each person. Because there's one here, like the grammar ones are going
Just
to Poundcake.
Poundcake, you can or give him anything prior to 1990, and he'll be. He won't. Liquid won't touch his lips. All right. Well, Poundcake, are you ready for the sports break?
Yes.
All right.
This is a Poundcake Sports Break.
In the headlines today, fresh out of the Super Bowl and freshly into retirement, the Kelsey brothers are back on Ohio turf. And at last night's Cavs game, Jason and Travis were the guests of honor and were presented with their very own bobbleheads. Now, this comes after Jason announced his retirement from the NFL earlier this week. So here's a clip of Jason receiving his retired honorary jersey from the Cavs.
Make some noise for 7-time Pro Bowler and from the Cleveland Heights High School, Jason Kelsey.
Oh, how cute. Way to go, boys. Way to let know. Also, the footage of the skier wiping out mid-jump is insane, and it's exactly the reason why there's no reason for me to try anything new ever again. Alan, can you play this clip right here?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that is not good. He has dreamed about this his whole life. Oh, that is not good.
There is no better physical manifestation of me trying to attempt to accomplish my dreams. I think I can. And then the universe saying, who do you think you are? Do you see why I have anxiety now? But at any rate, the 17-year-old skier, his name is Ivan Jones, appeared to walk off the incident with minor bumps and bruises. But Dean Winters and Allstate, can you please put this guy in a commercial? He clearly needs better protection from mayhem. Sweet Jesus. And lastly, this is why it's important to have diversity in your industry, no matter how alpha male it may be. Major League Baseball's new uniform has started what I can only hope would be a new trend. They're balling out of control, literally. Let's go to the clip.
Well, baseball fans, I hope that you like looking at ball sacks, because we're going to be seeing a whole lot of them this year. This is Casey Schmidt, a San Francisco Giants player, wearing the new pants designed by Fanatics. And, well, let's give a little zoom in so you guys can see what we're talking about. Yep, and there it is, just a whole bunch of brain just out and about for the public to see. Here's another player modeling the new uniforms and making me feel kind of insignificant, not gonna lie. Ever since these new uniforms came out, they've been met with a bunch of scrutiny. It's not just the pants, although the pants are just extremely bad. Like, you can legitimately see this guy's underwear through his pants. What are we doing? I guess the one positive about seeing a bunch of balls as these dudes play baseball is that my girlfriend might want to finally get into baseball.
We fly high, no lie, you know this, ballin'. Only that's mainly for basketball, but still. My problem is not the moose knuckle on full display, but it's the fact that the uniforms are ugly. Who approved this? This is what y'all get for not getting a gay designer for your uniforms. They got y'all here looking stupid, and all you can do is sack up and bear it. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes this Poundcake Sports Break.
You know, with those thin uniform pants, you might say that they're under increased scrutiny. Mightn't you?
I don't understand, though.
Because they probably got a super dirt cheap deal from Fanatics, and now they're wearing paper thin baseball pants.
Well, even
they're like, oh, these we'll slash our costs because we're really hurting here in Major League Baseball.
Even besides that, I guess I don't know sports well enough. Baseball players don't wear a cup. Or,
Maybe some do.
Or a jockstrap.
Maybe not for the picture.
Okay, then that may be what it is. Because I'm like, it shouldn't be an issue. Because like, I always thought they wore a cup just in case they got, hit in the balls with a ball.
I think it's pretty unlikely. I don't think that happens very often, and I don't know how many of those guys do wear one of those.
But yeah, you can definitely see the brain on full display there, as the guy said. I mean, I don't have a problem with it, but that's what y'all get. Like, why would y'all want that? You're waiting for your pants to rip.
Mm-hmm.
Playing in y'all face, and you can't do nothing.
That is true. They're in y'all's face. Hey, how many people do you think your mom has killed, Poundcake?
Well, why do you say that? I don't know nothing.
Well, I was reading a thing about...
What, do you mean, like, is he supposed to have more brothers, or like...
Well, no, she's a nurse. And I was reading an article in one of these medical journals about how beeps in hospitals are causing hundreds of deaths a year because there are so many of them that they just become white noise, even to medical professionals. And they're so monotonous and they're so persistent that a lot of important ones get missed. They say the hospital workers hear up to 1,000 alarm noises per shift, and that the sensory overload is costing hundreds of lives. And I just wonder how many people your mother has unwittingly killed in her official duties.
I don't know. Nor would she tell me, because remember, I'm a snitch. That would implicate me. So she loves me enough not to tell me.
Keeps it to herself.
You better keep that to yourself. That's your oath.
Yeah. Yeah, there's so many. It's part of kind of the whole. I don't understand what the experience is supposed to be, either for the patient or the medical professional, if there's that many noises. Are you familiar with the bystander effect? You know what that is? No. The bystander effect is when there are a lot of people in a given situation. Everybody thinks somebody else will, like, if there's an emergency situation, like if there's an assault going on or there's a crime or somebody's being bullied, the bystander effect is if there's a big enough crowd, everybody thinks that someone else will take care of it. So nothing gets done.
Mm-mm.
And so I imagine that's what's going on at hospitals, right? If you've ever been in the hospital, like there's just you can't even sleep. There's machines beeping all the time, and they're not all emergencies. And you also can't expect people who work in hospitals to be able to discern one from the other.
Correct.
If they're hearing them all the time.
Well,
It's very strange.
From what I know, when you start your shift, you're assigned certain rooms or certain patients.
Yeah, I understand that, but
so
even within those rooms, there are just multiple constant noises.
Yeah, and a lot of people cry wolf because they think nurses are also waiters. Like, you ring a bell because you need more milk, or you ring a bell. I'm just saying stuff like that. Like less you can't discern the serious lights from the non-serious lights. Like if it's a light, you can't triage right there. You got to go in and see.
I mean, in their defense, people who are in the hospital, someone does have to get them everything they want. I mean, they are.
But there's priority versus if someone's bleeding out in room A and someone just wants more water for their
right.
For their room in room C might buzz first,
Yeah.
So it's all about who you could get to first.
But the professional is not going to go to the water guy before the bleeding out guy.
But his point is you don't know.
You don't know if they both
sounds
ring at
are exactly the same.
You might be closer to room
Well,
C.
that's to my point. They need to fix that.
And
they need to fix that.
From what I know, from what I've seen, from my friends, not just my mom being a nurse, but like friends that are in the medical field, they're really short-staffed. Most hospitals don't have enough bodies. They don't have. It's not enough patients. They have plenty of patients. They're overrun with patients. They don't have enough staff.
Yeah.
And these travel nurses come in, or they're paying triple overtime because there's not enough people there.
It's like U.S. airports. If you've done any flying around the world, U.S. airports are the worst because you'll just be sitting there, and suddenly, just an alarm will go off. And it'll keep going off. And there's random noises. There's alarms. You don't know what's going on. You're like, is it an emergency? Did anything happen? Does anybody here who works here care? No. Everybody walking around. They've made us take our shoes off for almost 25 years for security. But there's constant noises that nobody knows what they are. If you're in an airport, unless you see a giant group of people running, people just ignore all the noises. But I couldn't help but wonder, reading that article, how many people Poundcake's dear mother might have unwittingly murdered.
Well, if she didn't know, how would she know?
You got me.
You don't know what you don't know until they're dead.
You don't know what you don't know until you hear the big, long, flat line.
Me as a nurse, whoopsie.
Oops.
You don't know what you don't know until you know it.
I got to take a break here. You want to send a text 35192 to get me there. AlanCoxShow.com for the pictures, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
Jeffrey, if you had gone to college, what fraternity would you have joined?
I don't know. Probably something that's like into aeronautics and stuff like that, because I'm into airplanes and aviation history and stuff.
Well, what's the airplane fanatic fraternity?
The crux of what I'm trying to say is I know for a fact I'm not
A quote at thehartford.com/small business. With insurance designed for your small business, the Bucks got your back.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
Hello, we're glad you're here. If you need assistance or just have a question, our associates will be glad to help you anytime.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007. Are you ready?
Who do you think this is, Poundcake?
Seether.
No. They're named after food.
Corn.
Good job. Song's called Blind. Very first song from their very first album. Korn has announced that, we do a metal show here on The Buzzard.
Really?
It's Saturday nights at 10 p.m. The show is called 2 Hours to Midnight. I am your leggy and vivacious host, along with Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. Korn is, that very first Korn album came out 30 years ago this year. It won't be till October, but they are doing a 30th anniversary concert. I don't know if it will evolve into a tour, but they're going to do it in California. Might be worth the trip. Doing it in L.A. on October the 5th, and they're stacking the deck. They're going to have Gojira on the bill. They're going to have Spirit Box. Awesome. They're going to have a band called Vended, which I think is one of Jonathan Davis's kids. And Evanescence. Poundcake's favorite heavy metal band.
The best heavy metal band.
All of them will be part of the Korn 30th anniversary show at BMO Stadium in Los Angeles. Of course, BMO stands for Bowel Movement Office, I believe. And so I kind of came late to Korn, in the early days of that new metal. There was a lot of whack white boy beatboxing in rock and roll, and it wasn't for me. But 30 years hence, I can appreciate them a little bit more. But that might be worth making the trip, Poundcake. Go for Evanescence. Stay for Korn. Taste the city.
Maybe find a nice, mean boy.
Yeah. You want somebody mean?
A nice, mean boy.
You might find him in a Korn show. Yeah. And they're probably going to be age appropriate to the band, so they'll be like, Gen Xers.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, wait. What's a Gen X?
Like me.
Oh, ugh. I mean,
you hear what he's doing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
You're the one that's looking for zaddies.
When does Gen X end?
End?
Like what?
When millennial begins.
What year?
Like 81.
Okay. I was like, my last boyfriend, he was 70. He was born in 79.
Yeah, it's tail end.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
Well then, okay, that's not that bad. I was gonna say 50s. Oh no. 40s, yes.
Well, the first year of Gen X is 1965. That's almost 60.
I can't do 90s.
I ain't no 60. I'll be 53 in June.
I can't do in the 60s.
Well, you don't know. There's a lot of people that are taking much better care of themselves than they used to, too.
I understand. I flirt with 50. Like 50, I'd let buy me a drink, might be able to take me home, but I don't know if it depends on the person if I could date. In the 40s, yes. Anywhere in the 40s, I'd be.
What about you met a rich, ripped boomer?
Boomers are what age is that? That's like
my parents.
My mom was born
like your parent, your mom.
In the 50s.
Boomers between 1944 and 1964.
No.
1944? You don't want an 80-year-old?
No.
Oh God.
No, I can't date a boomer.
But they're rich and they're ready to croak.
Do they have a house?
That sounds like it's right in your wheelhouse.
They have a house in Fire Island?
I don't know. Ask them. If they can hear you, yell it. Do you have a house in Fire Island?
They would have to have something to lure me.
Have you ever been to Rehoboth? How do you feel about Provincetown?
Ooh, I love a Province.
Ask them all of those questions.
Yeah, never been.
I'll look into it. Jesus, I was reading about this. I don't know if you saw the story. Suburban Detroit, Clinton Township, a vape manufacturing facility exploded. And it turns out they were storing a lot of stuff they shouldn't have been storing. So they're in trouble. I mean, they wouldn't have, normally they would have had to have contended with just the fire. As a warehouse. So not manufacturing, it's a warehouse fire. And debris, because they were storing stuff they shouldn't have been storing, gas canisters and all kinds of stuff, all this stuff exploded, and it sent debris flying out. Some dude, a 19-year-old guy who was a quarter mile away, got hit in the head by a gas canister and killed him.
Oh, my God.
Because the whole place just went up. So it was a vaping supply warehouse. And they found out that they were illegally storing highly flammable materials. And so it just sends debris way into the air.
My mixtape was there.
Canisters went up into the air like missiles and turned into shrapnel. They said lithium battery. So imagine this raining down on people. Lithium batteries, switchblades, and knives all flying through the air. They said the business was not permitted to have butane canisters. They weren't permitted for anything like that. So those were in the building illegally. But you're that kid, you figure you're far enough away, and it's a giant fire. So that's going to be interesting. He's about a quarter mile away, and one of the canisters that flew into the air from the explosion landed on his head and killed him.
That's fate.
More than 100,000 vape pens were on site. The place exploded. Nitrous oxide, lighter fluid, vape pens, butane. Containers and canisters weighing 10 to 15 pounds. So this kid got hit in the head with a 10-pound canister that had gone, hundreds of feet up in the air or whatever. That's wild.
That's like some Final Destination stuff.
That's what I'm saying. It's fate. Like, you were meant to go. You were meant to be in that particular position at that particular time.
Why can't it just be coincidence? Why can't it just be bad luck?
Nothing's a coincidence, Alan.
Everything's fate. We're going to do this again?
We can. If you'd like. It's your favorite.
Oh, come on. No, I mean, we won't, we agree to disagree on this, right? We won't move any closer to some kind of détente on the subject. Some people believe in fate.
You agree to disagree.
Well, no, you have to agree to disagree, too.
I don't have to agree with
Well, no, we disagree. We agree to disagree. You believe in fate, and I don't.
But if I feel I'm right, how do I agree that you're wrong?
Because we're agreeing to disagree. We fundamentally disagree, right? Neither of us can prove that the other one's wrong. I can't prove that fate isn't a thing. There's just no evidence to support it.
But what if I feel it in my spirit?
Yeah, well, I don't know what the hell that means. I don't believe in that either.
You never felt something in your spirit?
My spirit? I don't know what that means.
Okay.
Well, tell
explain
us
it
what
to
it
me.
is.
Yeah, explain it to me.
You can't say,
don't
like,
huff and
Sarah
puff
felt
at
anything
me.
in your spirit, and then we say, what is that? And then you go,
something that you felt was just, but there's no way you could prove it, and there's no one really to back you up, but you feel that your position on a particular topic or subject is right.
I like my opinions to be evidence-based, if that's what you mean.
Okay.
You mean, do I just think
talking about
something
a
because
hunch?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Well, okay, so
like a gut feeling?
Yeah, like a gut feeling, and you feel it in your spirit that something is wrong or something is off. There's no particular way you can prove it.
I thought when did we turn from the F your feelings culture that everybody loved a few years ago to now it's all feelings? When did that happen?
He's never an F your feelings guy.
He's a MAGA guy. They're the F your feelings crowd, except they mean F your feelings. They don't mean F feelings. All they talk about is their feelings.
So it says your feelings. That's what that tells you what it is. Your feelings, not mine. My feelings matter.
The implication is that feelings don't matter.
In this situation, I wouldn't dismiss this completely because, there's
But everyone has certain morals.
aspects in life where you go, okay, I'm going to trust my gut on this one and I'm going to do what I feel like is best for me. And it's not necessarily the evidence-based or anything like that. Like Mary moving to New York City, that wasn't something she did because she was...
Go ahead, talk yourself out of this one.
No, because you didn't do that because...
There's no evidence that she should have ever moved
No,
there.
but
it
these are
was like you felt like, okay, I've hit a wall here. It doesn't mean you did hit a wall here. It just means like you felt like you've gotten to a point where you're like, I need to do this because it's now or never.
It's usually, I feel like...
what you're describing is a calculated risk. So there, in your brain, you're either using your experience as evidence. She didn't just wake up and go, "I'm moving to New York."
That's actually exactly what happened.
No, it's not.
I woke up one day and I said,
"No,
f this city."
You had gotten sober. You said it. You're like, if I'd gone 10 years ago, nothing would have happened.
Right.
Things lined up, and it was a that
There
wasn't
was
even
a
a trust
crossroads.
my gut though thing.
But that's what I'm trying to say. Like more like
No,
the
I
fact.
think what Cody's talking about is more like you have a feeling that someone is cheating on you. You don't have any evidence to support it. You can't prove it. Like, you're just like, I just feel like something is off.
But
Or
that
like when
does come from somewhere.
Or when you don't trust someone you just met. Like, you are introduced to somebody and you're like, that guy gives me some weird vibes. I don't know what it is, but I'm going to trust my gut that this is not a person I should be around.
Fair enough. But what I'm saying is
more what he's talking
what
about.
I'm
More
saying
like
is
intuition.
That's not only. Those are not only based in like, I don't know why. Part of you does know why. You go, I've met people like this guy before. I didn't like them. I don't like this guy. Or...
But you have no evidence. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you've known
Yeah,
him
no, absolutely.
15 minutes, so there is no evidence to support why you should not like this guy.
But that's different
you
than him
trust your
talking.
gut, and
That's
you're like,
different than him
I don't
talking
know.
about fate again. Which fate is like, oh, the universe put this in front of me.
Yeah.
Universe could not care less about us than it could not care less. So, but to say, well, I get a weird vibe off this guy. Yeah, that happens to everybody. But usually it comes from somewhere, doesn't it? You go, I just know the kind of people I already know the kind of people I click with.
Mm-hmm.
And this ain't it.
There's a guy here that I don't particularly care for. And
Mary, I'm right here.
Oh, both of you. Hey, there you go. No, they're in the New York
Best
office.
bartender there ever was.
In the New York office, there's nothing inherently wrong with him.
Bobby
he
Pitts?
seems nice.
He's in
and
Miami.
Yeah, he just weirds me out. And I don't really like being alone in a room with him. Like, if he's the only one in the kitchen, I won't go in the kitchen even if
Charlemagne
I have to do something in there.
Thagad.
Yes, when I'm here at 5:30 in the morning after getting home from my shows at 2. No,
I don't know how long he's there during the day.
It's just one of those people that I'm like, I have absolutely no reason not to like you. My stomach says, get away from this person. You don't want to be around this guy. You don't want to make connections with this guy. This is not a person that is a safe person.
But you have had conversations.
We've had like surface level conversations.
You've had some,
twice.
what I'm saying, you've had, albeit minimal, you have had some amount of stimulus from this person where you go, nope.
Well, and it's the thing is that there's nothing in the conversation though. It's very base level. Hi, I'm so and so. When did you work here? Like very introductory, very polite. But it's just like Cody was saying. You just get that feeling in your gut, and I'm like, I want to be nowhere near this person.
Sales or talent?
This is the talent floor, so I doubt that he's in sales.
Oh, there's someone on that floor.
Yes,
I got you.
But yeah, I just don't like him. There's something about him that rubs me the wrong way that I don't
he's
feel.
Black?
He's not black.
Something about him rubs me the wrong way.
I think that's more of what Cody was saying than anything else.
Yeah, pretty much. It's something you feel you have no proof of. Nothing happened to you. No one did anything to you, but you just feel in your spirit that is your moral guide. And I feel like
I'm just saying
most people
it ain't your spirit. It's you using past experiences to make future decisions. You go, I know what kind of people I mesh with, and this ain't it. So it's not out of the blue. It's not completely out of the blue.
It's ghost energy, Alan.
Oh.
Okay.
Now, again, obviously I can't tell you how you develop your feelings about
yes,
things.
you can.
No, I can't. I really can't. I'm just saying that I don't think when people talk about intuition, that's what I think we're talking about as a human person. You go, well, I'm using these little bits of past interactions with people, you know.
So, for example, you've never had an experience where you wake up in the morning and you're like, today is going to be a weird day. Something weird is going to happen. I don't know why.
I attribute that to the dreams that I can't remember.
Well, I'm saying...
I do. Why else would my...
But that's just as silly as saying
No, it's
that
not.
It's the universe.
No, because
Yes, it is.
that's something that's been in my brain.
The dreams that I don't even know that I had is just as out there as saying the universe has got a weird plan for me
No,
today.
it's not. The
It
dreams are things that the chemicals and neurons in my brain have fired and created in my own brain.
You don't even know if you had a dream. You just said you can't remember it.
Right.
So how do you know it was a dream and not a weird feeling from the universe?
All I said was that I attribute it to that.
But what I'm saying is that you might as well attribute it to the universe because both of those have the same amount of scientific evidence behind them.
The chemicals in my brain are the same as what's going on out there in the universe.
You just said it's a dream you don't remember. So how do you know you had a dream if you don't remember it?
I didn't
You've
say
never
I
had
did.
that?
I said I would attribute it to that because you can wake up and immediately not remember a dream. You know you had one.
Yeah, I have that all
I
the
say
time.
it to my wife all the time. I go, God, I was just having weird dreams. She goes, about what? And then I'm trying to piece together, like, I know I had a dream and it did not make me feel good. And when I woke up, I was happy, but then I went back to sleep. And then you wake up. So no, I would never wake up and think that just out of the blue, I already feel awful. I would not what do you attribute that to?
Like Cody said, where it's like today's just going to be an off day. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's going on, but something's weird today.
So that's
and
random.
It's
not fate.
It's the universe. You're having a weird one today. Be on the lookout. Or
I mean, we all exist in the universe, if that's what you mean. But
so the universe has got a chart for everybody to go.
Yeah.
Weird day today.
Yes.
Let's give them a weird one. It's a weird one for Mary.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because you got to think, dude, we're all connected. Everybody's energies are connected. Everybody you run into, everybody you talk to, everybody you interact with throughout the day. You're connected to those people on vibrational levels.
What is a
So
vibrational
maybe-
level?
Okay, you've never been around someone and been like, I don't like the vibe of this person?
Yeah.
I don't think
That's what I
vibe is
mean.
literal.
Yeah.
That's what I mean by that. I know, like vibrational, I get it. I'm not saying that's the short of that, but everyone has an energy around them. I don't think whether you believe in the woo-woo stuff or not, you can't ignore that everyone has an energy about their person.
Yeah, it's
And it can
chemical, it's
change-
pheromones.
Yes,
yeah.
and it can change day to day. So if your vibe is off and you have an interaction with somebody, that could send their vibe off for the day. It's all connected.
But
and
that's
the
a-
universe has a plan every day.
But that's physical. That's not. That's
not the
physical and
universe.
chemical and scientific. That's not woo-woo.
That's what's connecting us together. Is the
You can move your hands however you want.
But because you're not understanding what I'm saying, so I'm wondering if I'm not saying it correctly. That like whatever energy you're bringing into the day that either you have when you wake up because of a weird dream or because of what Cody and I believe, where it's like today's just an off day for you, or maybe you didn't get enough sleep or whatever it is.
But that's you reacting to your feelings and emotion. That's
But I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility to say that it's on purpose.
because
That
of
you're
the.
having that type of day because of an interaction you might have with somebody else. Or
But again, that's
whatever.
still something that is influenced by somebody else or something tangible, not the.
Not always.
Not the,
Alan's dream he can't remember isn't tangible.
But it was in my brain.
But it was in
But
his
you
brain,
don't
and it
know
was.
that.
Of course I
Well,
do.
he knows that
No,
his
you
dream.
don't.
he
Where
knows that his
else are my
dream was in
brains
his
coming?
brain.
Where
You
else are my
do-
dreams coming from?
You have nothing tangible if you wake up and say, I think I might have had a weird dream. There is no dream. Dreams are not tangible.
No, but what I'm saying is your brain creates them.
Sure.
Yeah, your brain is the thing that
There's
makes the dreams.
there-
It's not the universe sending a message into your brain being, dream about this.
You know, like your brain can't conjure faces that you've never seen. So every person in a dream you've ever had is a person you know. You might not recognize them in the dream, but your brain cannot conjure faces out of thin air. That would be the universe. That would be the universe speaking to you from some other wavelength. But your brain, because all of your thoughts are confined to that, your brain cannot conjure faces in dreams of people you've never seen or don't know. So it's all chemical and pheromonal. I understand what you're saying, but I don't think that it's woo-woo to say, like, if I'm in this room all day by myself, which I am, the people out there are not affecting my day in any meaningful way.
But, like, the people you interact with at, say, you go to grab a coffee or lunch or on passing to the bathroom or whatever it might be.
Yes. What's the rest of that?
Nothing. That I'm saying that
They're gonna throw off your
maybe
day?
you're having a bad day and it's messes up. All I'm saying is that everybody's connected. Say I'm having a particularly great day, okay? And I go to the coffee shop and I'm in such a good mood that I decide that I want to buy the coffee for the person behind me.
Right.
And I'm standing there like, hey, whatever this person behind me wants, put it on mine. And maybe that person was having a horrible day. They woke up in just the worst mood. They got bad news. And then they came to that same coffee shop just so I could buy them that coffee. That's what I think. That is like on the universe that me and that person aligned when I was having a good day and they were having a bad day so I could make their day better.
Well, that's pretty narcissistic.
But I'm not just saying for me. I'm saying I feel like those types of situations happen all day long everywhere.
They do, but they're coincidences.
To you.
No, to, like, the
To you.
universe they are.
To you.
Well,
It's
no.
just as much of a coincidence as waking up with a weird mood because of a dream you don't know that you had.
No, I'm just saying I attribute it to that because...
And I attribute it to fate.
Right, but you're talking about external versus internal, and those aren't equal.
But your
External stimuli
thing,
is not the same as internal stimuli.
Your internal stimuli is
That's
going
what I
to
was telling this one girl.
affect... Your internal stimuli is going to affect your external
That's
motions.
fate that I'm going to ruin this conversation for Mary by making it sexual.
So annoying. You make everything sexual.
Oh, what's the matter with that?
It's fate.
The booty is where the doo-doo is, boy.
Again.
I miss Obama.
What?
Was that Obama?
Agree to disagree. That was Obama.
The booty is where the doo-doo is, boy.
That's why they call him No Drama Obama. Mm-hmm. All right, I got a break. If you want to get the last word in, just text me 35192. Cavs basketball tonight. They are in Atlanta to play the Hawks. You tip off on MMS tonight at 7:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show
On iHeartRadio.
Our